Watch yourself online, that's what my crew say. Make it a new day. I'm reminded by the Broadcasting Commission. We the BCJ. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if?
Suppose that go on. What you do?
Don't like, don't comment, don't click. Report it, block it, don't make it stick. Don't trust everybody on the internet. Use it to step up your intellect. So online you have to be safe too. Don't believe the rumors or the fake news. Don't go everywhere they try to take you. Protect the kids or they find a way through. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if?
Suppose that go on.
What if?
Wait up, free.
Brutality isn't a legality. There's no rationality as to why this abnormality should become a mentality. A mentality which kills and torture. Are you really telling me you're afraid to speak out because you might be called an informer?
Almighty God, by whom all kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, with thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humble beseech thee to send down thy holy wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, and safety, honor, and happiness to the Queen, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Please have mercy, have mercy.
This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montague, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Mr. McKenzie, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, Mr. Charles, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Green, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Main, Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Davis, Ms. Smith, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford,
Present.
Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblings, Mr. Soley, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright. Did I say Mr. Wilson? Okay.
Thank you, members. Today we have a full agenda. There are a number of statements by ministers and things to be done at public business. So I'm going to ask all of us as members who are taking part to take notice of the time limits in the standing orders. So we're starting now with statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, as you correctly observed, there are a number of statements to be made by ministers. But prior to that, I just want to welcome the new leader of opposition. This is in the House, the member for Western Hanover. Sorry, Western St. Andrew. And to hope that that Freudian slip does not in any way impinge on how he will behave. But he is indeed, Madam Speaker, a member of good standing in this honorable House. He also is of much vintage, having been around almost as long as I have been. I know that he will bring to his responsibility the assiduity of purpose and indeed the skill on his feet that I know that he is capable of as an attorney himself, a former minister in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and indeed a very able representative of Western St. Andrew. So we look forward to the continued good relations that we've had with your predecessors. And indeed, we know that we will continue in the good tradition of the Westminster model to keep the rigor and vigor of the House while we debate very well, but with respect for each other. We want to make this House, under your guidance and mine, a real example of how parliamentary democracy ought to be carried out in the Westminster tradition.
Thank you very much, House Leader. And before you respond, may I also join, it was remiss of me not to, with the House Leader in welcoming you to the new position. And like the House Leader, we are assured that cooperation will continue as it did with the Leader of Opposition Business that preceded you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me thank my colleague, the House Leader, for welcoming me and those kind words. And just to say, Madam Speaker, that I accept the responsibility entrusted to me by the Leader of Opposition, and to reaffirm that you can rely on my support, my cooperation, to ensure that the business of the House, which is the business of the people of Jamaica, that it is done in good order, and that you can be assured that you have the cooperation of me, but also to be reminded that the good order of the House ensure that the rights and privileges of the opposition, that is be maintained as well. But I believe the balance will be there. I join my colleague from another time, and I look forward to working for the benefit of the House and for the people of Jamaica. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it is intended that the Minister of Justice will make a very brief statement, followed by the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, then the Honourable Minister of Health, and the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister Chuck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just would like this House to take note of changes in the Court of Appeal. The former President Dennis Morrison retired last week, Wednesday, and a new president was installed at King's House yesterday, the 7th of December. In doing so, Madam Speaker, I'd like, on behalf of the people of Jamaica, this House would like to pay tribute to the Honourable Dennis Morrison, the outgoing President of the Court of Appeal, who was an outstanding legal luminary, having served in the academic community and gave yeoman service in the legal profession, in fact becoming President of the Jamaica Bar Association, and thereafter as in the Court of Appeal, and then President of the Court of Appeal. Madam Speaker, much can be said about the outgoing President. Lots have been said. I can only sum it up to say he had a distinguished career as a lecturer at the Norman Manley Law School, as a head of the Bar Association in Jamaica, as a judge of the Court of Appeal, and as an outstanding President of the Court of Appeal. This House would like to express its sincere appreciation on behalf of the people of Jamaica to his really distinguished service. The new President, Madam Speaker, is Honourable Patrick Brooks, who has had a distinguished service, not only as a Supreme Court judge, but also served in the Court of Appeal since 2012. He has assumed the mantle as President at a very good time, I may say so, in that we have provided first-class facilities in the Court of Appeal, and those facilities in the Court of Appeal is second to none in the Western Hemisphere. And we want to thank the government of Jamaica and the EU for providing support for this outstanding facility that the Court of Appeal is now functioning from. But in addition, Madam Speaker, because of these facilities, the Court of Appeal has increased the number of appeal judges to 10 at the moment, and my understanding is that early next year it will increase it to 13. The effect of having increased the numbers, Madam Speaker, is that this year I am informed that the number of judgments have increased significantly, and we hope during the course of next year that not only will the judgments be up to date, but the backlog, which regrettably accumulated over the last few years, will now be reduced significantly, if not completely overcome. Madam Speaker, this House cannot ignore that our courts are functioning and improving significantly. But at the level of the Court of Appeal, it is absolutely important that delays, delivery of judgments, backlog should become a thing of the past. So the challenge to the new President is to ensure that the backlog is reduced significantly, that judgments are delivered in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, there are far too many judgments, not only in the Supreme Court, but in the Court of Appeal, that are still lagging for months and years. One of the last judgments, Madam Speaker, which I am now reading, the hearing was in September 2016, and it was only delivered 2 weeks ago. That's 4 years, Madam Speaker. That should become something of the past. It's important that we send a message to the courts that the citizens of this country deserve to have justice delivered in a timely manner, and the judgments are a part of the delivery of justice. And we ask the new president to ensure that a first-class facilities is backed up by a first-class delivery of justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wish to join with the Minister of Justice in both congratulating the new President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Patrick Brooks, and to also extend our sincere gratitude and commendations to the outgoing President, Honourable C. Dennis Morrison. Justice Morrison was somebody who I think most of the younger lawyers in here would have come across at the Norman Manley Law School, where he was an outstanding tutor and lecturer, especially in the law of evidence, for many, many years. And indeed, as a student at the Norman Manley Law School myself, I was so impressed by his lectures and the way in which he approached the subject that I applied to join the firm of which he was then a partner. And that was where I worked for the first 3 years of my career as a lawyer. Justice Morrison took silk, became one of the leaders at the bar. He had experience in both criminal and civil matters, but most of his career was dedicated at the private bar to an outstanding practice in civil law before he decided to apply for a position in the Court of Appeal and went on to later become an outstanding president of the Court of Appeal. He, as has been said, is one of the luminaries of the Jamaican legal scene, former president of the Jamaican Bar Association, and somebody who all young lawyers, I think, regard as an outstanding figure to emulate, a true mentor in that respect. Justice Brooks is somebody who is known for his hard work, his erudition, his calm demeanor, and I think we have every confidence that he will be an excellent successor to Justice Morrison as President of the Court of Appeal, which of course is the highest court which sits in Jamaica. We look forward, of course, to further constitutional reforms so that we can bring to the region the final court of Jamaica, which I think is inevitable and just requires both sides to work together to achieve it. But in the meantime, we wish to just put on record our support for the new appointee. I was very pleased when the Prime Minister brought it to my attention and sought, through consultation, my recommendation and support for the recommendation, because Justice Brooks well deserves the appointment which he has received. And we are, of course, very pleased to see the progress, the continuing progress being made in the justice system. The justice reform effort has been going on for some time now, and it has involved a lot of legislation, a lot of reforms to the institutions of the court, to the procedures of the court, to the laws supporting the process by which cases are adjudicated, and infrastructure. And it's an ongoing effort which has the support of both sides. There's been significant continuity of effort in this area, and it is gratifying indeed to see the rewards being reaped and continuing to be reaped. And I would support the Minister's exhortation that we want to move to the point where judgments are delivered on a timely basis in all cases, and that litigants know that when their case is concluded, they can expect to have the judgment handed down within a a reasonable period of time. And I know the judges are committed to that. And with the improving environment in which they are operating, they can be expected, I think, to deliver in accordance with the legitimate expectations of those who use the court services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, as a young attorney at law, Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a young attorney at law, I must also indicate that
Madam Speaker, on the point of order. Madam Speaker, on the point of order. It's a statement by Minister. The standing order said the Minister speaks for 12 minutes on the point of order. The opposition spokesperson for 5. Anything else can only be in the form of question. And the young member needs to be guided, Madam Speaker. The young member needs to be guided, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order?
I'm on my feet. Could you advise the member again, Madam Speaker, that 2 members cannot be on the feet at the same time and a point of order must be moved. You can't get up when I'm... No, you're in the wrong seat. You're in the wrong seat. That's why I'm making a ass of yourself.
The point of order.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his support in the comments. I think the member from Southwest Clarendon has raised a very important point. I gave a commitment that we don't necessarily want to change the age of retirement from 70. So once you reach 70, you can get your pension. But we have a bill which the Attorney General and myself have been working on, but it will be more than just allowing judges, not only Court of Appeal judges, but Supreme Court judges, to be able to serve, to continue serving periodically. It could be annually, it might be a 1-year or 2-year contract after they have retired. And this is I appreciate the question because it's something that we have been working on to the extent that once you have retired, then you could get a 6 months or a 1-year or 2-year contract to continue to serve the judiciary depending on time. So the point is that you may well, when the bill comes to the House, ask for an increase in the retirement age from 70 to 72 or 75, but bear in mind that many judges want to retire at 70, and therefore you could still give them the option to retire at 70. But if we allow the necessary provision that they could be utilized to deal with cases, especially to reduce the backlog in the courts, then they could be employed or used on a periodical basis. 6 months, 2 years, 1 year, as the case may be. So that is under active consideration, member. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, one more question. Minister, you are aware of the principles of separation of powers, yes, and the security of tenure component. That is very important for High Court judges and Court of Appeal judges. If we were to accept any legislation that extends the tenure of a judge to a 5-year or 2 years, don't you believe that would encroach on the principles as it relates to the security of tenure, which is a very important principle for position that judges need to have so that they can make decisions impartially and without fear of intervention by either the Parliament or any agency of state. So the question is, in relation to the security of tenure component, how do you intend to deal with that if you extend by 5 years or 2 years? Thank you.
No, bear in mind, member, that we're talking about judges who have retired. So let us say age 70, they have retired. Any extension or employment for any period has nothing to do with the executive. It would have to do with the Judicial Service Commission, who, on the advice of either the Chief Justice for the Supreme Court extension or the Court of Appeal, the President of the Court of Appeal, may well invite the judge to serve for 1 year, 6 months, as the case may be, to serve on particular cases. So it won't have anything to do with the executive. It will have to do with whether or not the Judicial Services Commission invite them to serve for a period of time. And bear in mind, member, that this is the case in other jurisdictions. As you quite rightly pointed out, there are many jurisdictions, Cayman, Turks and Caicos, Bermuda, Bahamas, that employ these judges on similar short-term contracts for a year, perhaps sometime just to deal with a few cases for a week. So these are things outside of the executive. It all has to do with the Judicial Services Commission. The Prime Minister nor the Minister of Justice would have nothing to do with it. Okay? Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I really wish to serve notice that in this tenure, in this position, in support of the good order of the House, I really would want to make the point that the member from Southwest St. Catherine will not be allowed to harass the members of the House. The last time I checked, there has been no appointment of the member from Southwest St. Catherine as a keeper of this House or for good order. Yet, every time a member gets up to make a point, without even the benefit of being able to say what it is they wish to say, the member continues to interrupt. I really believe that for good order, that we ensure that this practice be tamed for the good order of this House.
Madam Speaker, I do believe that the leader of opposition business is not starting on a good footing, because the principle of this House, which encourages a level of, shall I say, spiritedness, cannot be killed. And you know, in the spirit of the banters that are part of the parliamentary process, and indeed is part of what makes the excitement and interest of the House, I would suggest that indeed when the member or any member is out of line, You know, standing orders are very clear in terms of how we deal with that. And you can be assured that this leader of the House will be there along with the Speaker to ensure that members are brought in line. Until then, let us continue to have good banter between both sides.
Member, I want to endorse what the leader of government business has said. And I just want to say sometimes it's not what we say, but the manner in which we say it. And we are, as parliamentarians, accustomed to speaking with each other behind doors if there's something not right. But I really don't think, member, that the tone of that is the right tone on which we ought to operate this parliament. We can speak to each other because we don't always agree on what is said and the manner, but there are means and ways of dealing with it, and it is not that way. So we will commit to the vibrancy of Parliament without the disrespect from anybody, which is the tone we will continue to have in this Parliament. Thank you. Is Minister of Education the next? Leader of Government Business, is it Minister Williams?
Madam Speaker, I did give the order, so Minister Williams.
Put it over. Madam Speaker, my statement this evening will address 3 topics. Number 1, continuing the phased reopening of schools. Number 2, the way forward for the pending 2021 exams, PEP, CSEC, and CAPE, and the results of the Own Your Own Device program. Madam Speaker, our response to teaching and learning since the confirmation of Jamaica's first case of COVID-19 on March 10, 2020, has been the closure of our public schools for face-to-face. Since then, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has deployed various educational engagement for our students, beginning with the audiovisual approach in which students are engaged through lessons broadcasted on over-the-air television, cable channels, and aired on a number of radio stations. Additionally, students have the learning kit comprising work textbooks, worksheet, and of course, teacher interaction. On October 5th, the ministry declared schools reopened for the new school year. We introduced the online modality to our students and teachers while still making available all the other modalities I just mentioned. During the period October 5th, we note that a total of 174,973 of our students were engaged online, 12,389 were engaged using the audiovisual approach, 12,213 were engaged using the learning kit, while 48,672 were engaged using both print and broadcast. All these numbers increased week by week as more and more students received their tablets. Madam Speaker, to date, across our school system, the government has made available to our children some 52,164 tablets, which include 18,000 that were in the school system already. And we have 31,000 more on the way for our PATH students in grades 7 to 9 and laptops for grades 10 to 13. 23,563 teachers who were part of the Heads of Agreement received tablets, The appeals are being handled, and the Ministry of Education is making arrangement for the new teachers that have come into the system since then to also receive a tablet. Madam Speaker, Corporate Jamaica, our diaspora and international partners, have heard the government's call for 1 laptop or tablet per child in Jamaica and have jumped on board. In my next statement, Madam Speaker, I will detail the success of that initiative. Many companies and individuals have been donating tablets to our children. We ask that companies and individuals contact the National Education Trust at 876-967-9007 to let us know which schools and how many devices they have donated so that we can track it in our database in order not to give a device to the same child twice. Of equal importance, Madam Speaker, this will allow the ministry to install the ministry's e-resources app, which will make it easier for the student to navigate the online platform. Let me say a big thank you to the many companies and individuals who've heard the call and stepped forward to make their contributions, and we will publicly acknowledge you in a subsequent statement to Parliament. Madam Speaker, on the issue of connectivity, as of last Tuesday, December 1st, 98 of our schools that never had internet connectivity now have connectivity using the satellite technology. And there are 2 more schools to complete their installation at the end of today, making it 100 schools that never had internet connectivity now have. Teachers who have been having problems connecting from their homes have been coming to schools to utilize the connectivity to reach our students. Madam Speaker, this administration is ensuring all our children are ready with the technology skills to meet the 21st century. Understanding the importance of students and teachers coming back into the physical classrooms, we undertook a phased reopening of schools, beginning with a 2-week pilot of 17 schools across 9 parishes. This was done November 10 to 20. An interim report was presented to this Parliament on November 17. The pilot helped to build stakeholder support and foster confidence in having our students and teachers back in the physical classrooms as we continue to navigate the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic. Following the completion of the 2 weeks and a favorable evaluation report from the Planning and Development Division, details of which were presented to the PAAC on Thursday, December 3rd, the 17 schools were permitted to continue their face-to-face teaching and learning activities. Madam Speaker, let me say the highest number of reported attendance during the pilot was 1,757 students, or about 30% of the school's expected population. Nevertheless, the positive good practices were the pre-opening preparation and the during reopening operation. And there are many good practices that are detailed in the statement. I will just highlight 2. 1, stakeholder consultations and sensitizations that were held that included the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the schools boards, school leaders. And another good practice to highlight is the adequate and detailed planning and documentation of various daily school operations, including movement from place to place, frequent sanitization of public areas, such as restrooms, cafeterias, etc. Entry and lunch operations were carefully planned by each school to ensure smooth delivery. During reopening or operational phase, there were documented good practices as well, and those include active monitoring and feedback for adjustment to planned activities, and a focus on ensuring adequate staff members were assigned for all aspects of the plan. Madam Speaker, we also did a survey of the students in the pilot. Of those surveyed, the most popular method of transportation through the public space was a public passenger vehicle for about 44% of the students. Walking was the main method of getting to school for 36% of students, while 11% used private vehicles. Only 8% of students took the school bus, a method more likely to be used by children in the primary type school. For those students who traveled in a vehicle, 70% said fellow passengers wore masks all the time. When asked if they felt safe while traveling to school, about half of the students answered in the affirmative. Of the students surveyed, 90% indicated yes, that the COVID-19 safety measures have been clearly explained to them by the principal and other staff members at their school. 84% said yes, if I forget to observe a safety measure, I am reminded to do so by my teachers. Madam Speaker, the school reopening pilot was deemed an overall success as it was able to achieve the status, as it was able to promote a COVID-19 safe school environment in the 17 schools, and we were able to use the learning in that pilot for us to move forward. The Ministry of Education also has established a transportation sector working group to identify and address the general transportation needs of students to support the phased reopening of schools. The membership of the working group includes representatives from the Ministry of Transport and Mining, the Transport Authority, JUTC, and Montego Bay Metro. The working group has already convened 2 weekly meetings with the mandate to ensure that adequate fleet of government-owned buses are deployed to transport students within the areas currently served by JUTC and the Montego Bay Metro, to ensure that the COVID-19 protocols are established and operationalized, to support the safety of the commuting public, especially our students, and to support the Ministry's rural transportation program to engage contract operators to provide transportation services to approximately 7,500 students from 250 primary and high schools across 13 parishes. Participating schools are authorized to contract eligible transport operators to provide a shuttle service to targeted paths and other students to and from schools along targeted routes. The phased implementation of the service has already commenced. Madam Speaker, based on the findings, there are a number of recommendations, and these are detailed in the statement, including timely and frequent sensitization and consultation meetings with stakeholders to increase buy-in, especially with parents. Protocols for managing medical emergencies should be standardized and shared among all stakeholders, and continued phased selective reopening of schools for face-to-face teaching and learning based on the previous selection criteria used for the pilot school should continue. Madam Speaker, turning now to the way forward. Based on the extent of readiness, especially where schools are COVID-19 compliant, as well as stakeholders' readiness and guided by the risk ranking methodology, another group of schools was identified for the continued phased reopening of face-to-face instruction. There are 171 high schools across the Ministry's 7 regions island-wide. Of this number, 87 high schools are classified as low risk. Of the 87, 66 are approved compliant by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and deemed satisfactory for reopening. Among the primary schools, there are 211 primary schools classified as low risk of the 760. Of those, 59 have been approved by the Ministry of Health and Wellness as COVID compliant and therefore ready for the phased face-to-face reopening. So combined, Madam Speaker, that would be a total of 125 schools, which are 59 primary schools and 66 high schools.
The Minister's time for speaking has expired. The question before the House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 5 minutes in order for her to complete the statement.
Question before the House is that the Minister be allowed an additional 5 minutes to continue her presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following a series of consultations with the selected schools to determine readiness of principals, teachers, parents, and other stakeholders, 22 of the 125 schools indicated their preference to take advantage of the remaining days of this term and were granted approval to commence on December 7th and end on December 18th, the last day of the school term. Across the school system, there are a total of 39 schools that are operating face-to-face as of December 7, 2020. This includes the 17 pilot schools. Another 9 schools will be approved to operate when their second COVID inspections are completed. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has been asked to prioritize these schools. The remaining 86 schools that are COVID compliant and given the satisfactory grade by the Ministry of Health and Wellness indicated their preference to begin face-to-face on January 4th, 2020, the start of the new school term. As we move forward, Madam Speaker, and as the Ministry of Health continues its physical inspection of schools, the number of schools that can resume face-to-face will increase. Madam Speaker, we have already had consultations with principals of these schools who are already beginning to be in contact with parents. Schools are encouraged to make full use of all the approaches, online, audiovisual, and the learning kit. While engaged in the face-to-face, schools should also use the rotational approach in which some of their students will be in the physical classroom while others will utilize remote learning. Madam Speaker, we are not in normal times, and so schools will continue to use all the approaches to ensure that our students continue to learn during this pandemic. The additional 22 schools that reopened for face-to-face are Bloomfield Primary, Oracabessa High, Seaford High, Seaside Primary, Alberton High, Ferncourt High, Troy High, Current Primary, Frome Technical High, Maud McLeod High, Rhodes Hall High, Aberdeen High, Black River High, Mile Gully High, Newell High, Park Mountain Primary, St. Elizabeth Technical High, Innswood High, Bustamante High, Central High, Clarendon College, Claude McKay High. Madam Speaker, there are some schools that are having successful online engagement with students and teachers. Arden High School, Campion College, Mona High School, Papine High, Calabar High are examples. Some of the schools with successful online engagement, meaning a very high percentage, 80 to 90% of their students are online, have asked to continue this modality even if they're selected for face-to-face. We fully support that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we look forward to a new year and the promise of a COVID-19 vaccine, we have to plan for exams for our students. We understand the impact on learning loss that would have happened during the pandemic, and we want to assure parents and students that we've taken this into consideration for the primary exit profile examination. For PEP 46, we have reduced the content coverage to be assessed. We have delayed the sitting of the performance task and the curriculum-based test for later dates in the year, and we have planned interventions, including the services of private education consultancy services to enable our students to perform at the best of their abilities. Among the positives of exams are that exams help our students to become more disciplined, give them the ability to stay focused under pressure, teach students time management, improve learning and students' ability to take on new information. But more important, exams give qualification our students need on their pathway to higher education and ultimately employment. Madam Speaker, we believe we have balanced the negative impact of COVID-19 on our students and the need to ensure that they do not lose the benefit of the exam on their educational journey. So for academic year 2020-2021, the Ministry of Education intends to administer the primary exit profile at grade 6 using the usual approach guided by the COVID-19 protocols. These students' profile will comprise grade 4 PEP done in 2019 and grade 6 components to be done in 2021. The Ministry will advise on the weighting to be applied after a comprehensive study to be done by the consulting psychometrician on the students' actual data.
Minister, your 5 minutes is over. I'm using my discretion as a speaker to give you 5 more minutes to complete the presentation. But it is important that when we do our statements, we recognize, because there are several other ministers that have presentation and a lot of work for us to do, and questions have to be allowed. But we are in unusual times, and education is the only ladder to success and progress. So I am using my discretion to allow the minister to use up as best she can the important parts of her presentation. Health is important, and health comes afterwards. There are lots of things, the Minister of Things. So, Minister, we're going to ask you to go through, and fortunately, we all have copies of the presentation, so we can look through some of the details. Minister, no?
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please have copies distributed.
So, Madam Speaker, the first component to be tested at grade 6 is the ability test, which will be administered Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. The ability test measures students' ability to reason with words and quantities. This test consists of 40 single, select, multiple choice items. Students will complete the test in test booklets to be provided. The performance task is an activity or assessment that asks students to solve a problem by demonstrating their knowledge, understanding, and proficiency. It is curriculum-based and assesses students' grasp of concepts, principles, and procedures from the language arts and mathematics content. The scores for the performance task for language arts and maths will be combined with the scores the students receive in the respective curriculum-based tests to give an overall score of the students' achievement of the learning goals of the national standards curriculum for the different subjects. The dates for the performing task for grade 6 for the academic year 2020-21 are as follows. Thursday, April 22nd, 2021, language arts performance task. Friday, April 23rd, 2021, mathematics performance task. The exams, the report, the statement details the structure of the exams, Madam Speaker. Let me turn now to the other dates. The dates for the examination for grade 6 students for the academic year 2020-2021 for the curriculum-based tests are Tuesday, May 25, 2021, Language Arts and Science, Tuesday, May 26, 2021, Mathematics and Social Studies. The ministry, through its usual bulletins to school, will be sharing this information. Madam Speaker, please be reminded that as a result of the pandemic, CXC had modified the 2020 sitting of CSEC and CAPE exams, which resulted in a delayed sitting, the removal of paper 2, and thus the administration of paper 1 combined with the SBA. And all of the exams were graded. This ministry has commenced consultations with CXC concerning the 2021 sitting of the CSEC and CAPE exams. CXC has explained that based on their psychometric analysis, it is not recommended that they reduce the content coverage for their exams, but they proceed with a delayed sitting of the exam from May, June to June, July, given the ongoing pandemic. CXC has also proposed to return to using the regular format of the exam, paper 1, paper 2, and the SBAs with 100% moderation. From consultation with our principals of high schools, concerns have been expressed about the ability of our students to successfully complete these exams given the challenges. The ministry shares these concerns and has begun further negotiations with CXC. Madam Speaker. And then the statement also has some details in it about the diagnostic tests that were done. And to the final segment of this presentation, Madam Speaker, the Own Your Own Device, just to give a few statistics, as of December 7th, there was a total of 16,419 applications submitted. Of those, 15,093 applicants have met the criteria to qualify for the incentive. We will do a second stage verification, and then we will begin giving the e-vouchers to those beneficiaries so that they can begin their purchase. We also have extended the deadline to December 31, 2020 to allow additional applicants to sign up. We've also taken the decision to increase the annual income requirement of parents and guardians from $300,000 to $500,000. Applicants who are having issues with their TRN, we advise that you make a call to the Tax Administration of Jamaica. Problems with the student registration number, there are a number of ways you can get in touch with the ministry. Additionally, we will be hosting a virtual town hall with parents as we move into the new school term, and that's scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, December 9th at 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And we'll have a number of ministry persons, including our PS, the Acting Chief Education Officer, Dr. Kassan Troop, and others on that call. Madam Speaker, a lot has been done, and we're conscious that much more needs to be done. We will continue to push forward in the best interest of our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We're sticking to the standing orders time, member, as best we can.
That's okay, Madam Speaker. As a woman in politics, you know that we're used to not really always being given equal as others, so I'm okay.
I'm not hearing you clearly through the mask, but I am being balanced.
Since you are not, you are being biased. I'm not sure. I didn't hear you either, Madam Speaker.
I was just reminding you, as you stood, that we are trying to hold fast to the times allotted to us in the standing orders, which is what I did for the minister when she spoke on education.
Thank you for reminding me before I started. I remembered that as you reminded the minister close to the end, but I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to make a few comments on the presentation given by the minister. It is clear that most of the institutions, well, I saw the data given, Madam Minister, Honorable Minister, from most of the institutions that I have been in touch with. Most have been reporting about a 30% effective engagement or less. Notwithstanding the numbers that you have given, I am therefore still concerned about the gap that still exists in terms of the students without devices and stable connectivity. In particular, the grades 4 to 6 and 10 to 13 still seem to leave too many behind. In terms of the vouchers, they own your own devices, they own your own device. Honorable Minister, the 20,000 voucher is a good start in terms of help that could be afforded to others. I am still concerned that there are too many individuals who are at the bottom who still are not included in the solution that we are proposing. The SRN number still seems to be a big issue, notwithstanding the information you have placed out there about what parents need to do. Some schools tell me that it was almost abandoned in terms of a project, and therefore they do not have the information. Many parents don't know what to do, and that has been an issue. There seems also, through you, Madam Speaker, to be an issue in terms of the uncertainty of the status of many children, whether they are on path or not. And therefore, what happens is that many parents do not come forward to even apply. And the third is an inability that parents recognize to find the balance to pay for those devices. And so moving the threshold from $300,000 to $500,000 per annum might solve the problem for those individuals who earn between $300,000 and $500,000. But it still does not solve the problem for individuals who are below that $300,000 and are finding it financially difficult. As we seek to reset education in this new normal, I think it is important for us to recognize the inequity that has existed over years, and in what we are doing, seek to bring those at the lowest into the solutions that we are talking about. In terms of the face-to-face opening and linking that with the pilot project, I still wish that we had greater flexibility by school leadership in terms of choosing. So I heard of these schools who are operating kind of at the top in terms of online learning, and they have suggested that they want to remain with online learning even when we do face-to-face, and that's excellent. I would love for it not to be that this group comes forward, but that as a policy, in terms of the approach that is taken, that all schools would be able to look at the variables and be able to say, okay, I'm ready for face-to-face, I've ticked that box, check that box, and then that they could say, instead of us just having 7% of our primary schools that are now ready or anywhere near ready, or 30% of our high schools, that we could have a greater number who could tell you where they are, and then we might be able to look at how we kind of phase those in and what we do with them. In terms of the pilot in particular, from the discussions I've been having with a number of stakeholders, there still seems to be a gap in terms of the analysis of the pilot project, the feedback with the stakeholders and understanding what those breaches and gaps were and how they are going to fill those gaps, and moving to the next phase of reopening. Minister, I was quite surprised to see you say that the pilot project was a success. I'm not sure what success means. I saw a list of things that had to do with being COVID compliant and COVID ready, but schools are institutions of learning. And therefore, if there is an issue with the learning, there is an issue with the opening of schools. And I would have wanted to delve a little bit more into that in terms of what that means. The last time you gave a report in terms of the low attendance, you did mention specifically the rain that fell on those days. I did ask then what were some of the other issues that could have been responsible for the low attendance. To date, I'm not sure what those are. And if we don't know what those are, I think we might find it difficult to actually address those issues. And then the learning loss. The diagnostic test itself, having those done, was an excellent move at this point, and I think the results offer an opportunity to do a number of things. It offers an opportunity, because I'm sure the results would not have taken anyone by surprise, to go beyond the numbers and to have the public and parents understand exactly what the learning objectives were, whether they were understood well or taught well, whether there were any earlier deficits, whether the specific objectives to be covered were grasped by teachers, whether teachers felt confident about teaching or can teach well partially or not at all, these specific objectives, and what students did not understand, could not or did not apply or practice. And also, what are some of the issues as it relates to home learning conditions. And I raise those issues because I believe that for us to move to where we want to be, we have to begin to talk about these issues and how we move forward with them. Minister, towards the end of the presentation, you said that there were some things that you were going to do. And I was a little surprised that you were going to be doing these things now, because one would have thought that those would have been contemplated and would have been part of the plan. I was searching for it, now I can't find it. It has to do with what you're going to do in terms of identifying some of what we probably call your master teachers, the resources, and how you get schools to actually deal with the diagnostic test and the results. I believe that there are going to be some schools that are fully capable and ready in terms of identifying where the gaps are and working towards bridging those gaps. But I'm certain that there are also other institutions that will need more assistance than what you might be able to find locally. And I am hoping that, since you said you will be moving to do that, that the planning is far more advanced than that, so that the loss that has occurred, we could, in short order, we would be able to gain some advances so our children are not as left behind. As usual, Minister, I remain concerned because in a lot of what we have been hearing, again, it's around those targeted 4, 5, and 6, 10 to 13. And I am so concerned because too often I speak to children who are out there and parents who really don't know what to do. They really are not engaged. They're really just left floating there, who belong to other grades. While I say that, I must at the same time give... I'm closing.
You're wrapping
Madam
up
Speaker.
because we have gone 5 minutes over your 5.
Okay, thank you very much. If you allow me one more minute to say that I wanted to place on record my recognition for those teachers and parents who have really put everything into providing for their children and helping educators to just make sure that their children are able to cope. Thank you very much.
All right. Let me address some of the issues that you raised. One has to do with the student registration number, and the ministry has made available several persons at the ministry to answer phone calls and on the spot, on the phone call, to give the SRN number to the parent following, verification. And so far, over 23,000 calls were answered and SRN numbers given out. With regards to the status of children on PATH, we have to depend on the database of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and if they indicate that the child is on PATH, that's what we follow. If they say the child is not on PATH, that is what we follow. And if there's a discrepancy, we just have to take it up with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. In terms of a balance to pay for the device, if, for example, if a parent wants a laptop, among the list of vendors, approved vendors, there are some that do offer very generous payment plans that can, allow parents, if they choose, to take that up. But I agree with you that this doesn't solve the problem for everyone, and so that's why we have this additional initiative, the one laptop or tablet per child, and the monies that are received from that will be going to purchase devices that will also help our needy non-PATH families. And the results coming out of that initiative have been good, and in a subsequent statement I will speak to those. I agree with you in terms of making it a policy, making some policy around online. Now it's, we are seeing these things now as they happen, and we're taking the information on board, and to the extent that there are other schools that have indicated likewise, out of that, will come a policy. The low attendance, of course, we are concerned, and the ministry would have deployed the various regions, the schools themselves, to engage with the parents to understand why. Some of those students, of course, were at home doing the online. Many parents would have expressed reticence at sending the children out, and so on. There are a number of reasons that parents didn't take up fully the face-to-face that we offered. Remember, all the schools are on board. They understand the learning loss that has taken place. From the central ministry, we are looking at various interventions that we can use to deploy in the schools, and the schools themselves have ideas when the students come back to school, how they will help to accelerate the learning so that we make up for the learning loss that's there. It has been the COVID-19 impact on the education sector has been significant. That's an understatement. But I believe that the initiatives that we have put in place and will continue to put in place is going to help our students to get back to where they were and beyond. Our goal is to take them well beyond where they were pre-COVID with all the initiatives, the online, putting tablets in their hands, ensuring connectivity, ensuring the teachers are adequately trained to manipulate the technology that's available now. All of that, we're doing that with a goal of ensuring that our students or children get to that level well beyond where they were prior to COVID-19. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, could the Minister indicate in the assessment of the performance of the students in the diagnostic test, what percentage of the students had access to education during the 9-month period from March to when the assessment was done? Because in looking at the very low numbers, the percentage average in the 20s, my own assumption would be that a significant number did not have access to education during that period. So I don't know if the ministry in its survey found out what percentage had access.
Member, that's a good question, and that is something that the ministry is focused on. As you can well imagine, having done the diagnostic test just recently and having access to the data that it gave us, that now we are interrogating the data, and I'm sure in subsequent statements I'll be able to tell you in greater detail exactly the percentage of the student population and other questions. Okay, and that is because the full analysis is not yet ready. I think the information that's out there was just preliminary information. Like I said, the ministry is interrogating the data more fulsomely, and I'm sure through press releases or other statements in Parliament, we will delve more in greater detail on that.
Leader.
Madam Speaker, you may invite the Minister of Health to make a statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to bring
Madam Speaker, could you get copies?
I rise to bring this Honourable House an update on vaccination
as an essential component of the national COVID-19 response. Madam Speaker, with more than 66 million people globally having become infected by the COVID-19 virus, and more than 1.5 million having lost their lives, vaccination as a response to containing the disease cannot be overlooked, and indeed many view as the antidote, the silver lining in otherwise dark clouds around the COVID-19 pandemic. Here in Jamaica, Madam Speaker, with more than 11,000 infections and 265 deaths, vaccination must form a part of our COVID-19 response efforts. That being said, Madam Speaker, the issue of a COVID-19 vaccine, we know, has been a source of anxiety for some as we continue to navigate the new normal imposed by the pandemic. My goal today, therefore, is to clarify for the members of this Honourable House and the Jamaican public the approach of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Government of Jamaica to the inclusion of vaccination in the national public health response to a virus that has been a major challenge, not only for Jamaica, but also for countries throughout the world. And I suspect all countries, Madam Speaker, are grappling with the concept and the approach of vaccination as an important solution. Madam Speaker, the first order of business has been to name a national COVID-19 vaccine commission, which is comprised of a multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder group of persons. They include representatives from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the National Health Fund, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Medical Association of Jamaica, the Nurses Association of Jamaica, the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, the University of the West Indies, the Jamaica Council of Churches, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, and the Jamaica Defence Force. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the commission has been named, and we had earlier this morning our first meeting. The responsibilities of the commission, Madam Speaker, include the following: providing guidance and oversight in the development of a national COVID-19 deployment and vaccination plan for the introduction of the COVID-19 vaccine, provide oversight in the designing of strategies for the deployment, implementation, and monitoring of a COVID-19 vaccine in Jamaica, provide guidance in ensuring that the plan and related financing is well aligned to other national COVID-19 recovery and response support plans, and that implementation is fully integrated and coordinated, guide the establishment of an operations process for coordination, information, and communication, provide guidance in the design and implementation of a public education campaign, and support the implementation of health services readiness and capacity assessment to identify bottlenecks and guide delivery of vaccines and other essential supplies. Among other things, Madam Speaker, the Commission is also, to the extent possible, to facilitate cooperation at policy, technical, and local levels between government, non-governmental, and private sector agencies or organizations and civil society in the process of the plan's development and implementation. Madam Speaker, Jamaica can be assured, or Jamaicans, can be assured that we are procuring vaccines through the COVID-19 facility, Global Access Facility, or COVAX facility. That is a collaboration with the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the World Bank, the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, and the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation. Jamaica is among the Caribbean member states on whose behalf down payment has been made by the Caribbean Public Health Agency for equitable access to a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine. It is important to note, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that the COVAX facility continually monitors the COVID-19 vaccine landscape, identifies the most suitable vaccine candidates based on a scientific merit and scalability, while seeking to build a diversified portfolio across different technologies, geographies, and vaccine characteristics. just as a way of information on the progress the world is making with an approved vaccine, as of December 2nd, Madam Speaker, there were some 51 candidate vaccines in clinical evaluations, 11 of which are in phase 3 trials, which is the final phase. So those 11 represents the greatest hope. There are 163 candidate vaccines in preclinical evaluations. Generally, therefore, there are quite a number of other trials taking place. At this time, the vaccine being administered in other jurisdictions is not part, however, of the COVAX facility, but there are 3 other vaccine candidates that are in the final phases of development and approval. In other words, Madam Speaker, colleagues, there are at least 3 of the numbers mentioned earlier that are in the final phases, and we believe represents the best hope of having a vaccine in a relatively short time. Indeed, we have seen emergency approvals in at least 1 or 2 jurisdictions for the use of vaccine, the UK being one such jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, the expectation is that in the first instance, Jamaica will vaccinate 16% of our population, with the goal to protect public health and minimize societal and economic impact by reducing COVID-19 mortality. The intention is to prioritize the vaccination of our health workers who are at the very high risk of acquiring and transmitting infection, and our older adults who we understand are among the most vulnerable to adverse outcomes and death associated with COVID-19 infection. And the data bears that out, Madam Speaker, in that the highest numbers of deaths to date of the 265 fatalities are persons over a particular age and who have comorbidities. Madam Speaker, the projected schedule, as we have it at this time, and I say it's projected because it can change, is to have a vaccine ready for administration to some 1% of the initial 16% of the population by April 2021. 1%, that is, of the overall 16% that would get initially, another 3% by mid-2021, and the remaining percentage by the end of 2021. Madam Speaker, I say projected because a lot depends on modern science and whether things could change. But I think it's important to be very transparent in terms of the likely scheduling and availability and the quantities that would be available during this period. Because I want us to be very clear that we can't hang all of our hopes and afford to be complacent on the knowledge or the hope that there's going to be a vaccine very soon and that most persons are going to have access to it. I mean, that is an ideal, but an ideal that is not likely to be achieved, at least in the short term, as outlined by the planners, the public health planners in conjunction with our multilateral partners, the WHO, PAHO, of course, being the primary one. It's therefore important, Madam Speaker, that we maintain our vigilance with our other response measures, and we continue to battle the pandemic in the, not just now going into the end of the year, but also in the new year. The fact is, we have another year or so before I think we will be in a position where the world can breathe a sigh of relief that based on vaccination as a solution, significant progress would have been made. And I think we therefore have to manage the process very carefully. In addition to the naming of the National Vaccine Commission, Madam Speaker, we are even now elaborating the National Deployment and Vaccination Plan for consideration by the Commission. And elements of the plan, Madam Speaker, we discussed this morning with the team include the management structure, how it will be organized, and manage the process, the review of the legal framework as it relates to vaccines and access, the demand generation and communication. There is a big issue as it relates to acceptance or take-up, training for those who will administer the vaccine, vaccine cold storage and logistics. Madam Speaker, the technology varies from one to the next, and it requires a particular type of infrastructure, and we have to prepare for that. Safety surveillance and, of course, information system in order to gather data and to use the data to make better decisions. Madam Speaker, once finalized, the plan will be shared with the members of this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica, in whose interests we are operating as we seek to secure for them the best possible health outcomes for COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I want to just quickly now give an update on COVID-19 and concerns that the health authorities and the government has in particular geographic areas. Madam Speaker, based on surveillance of the National Epidemiological Team, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has begun to see a very worrying trend in the western half of the island, and in particular in the parish of Westmoreland. In this parish, over the last month, the number of confirmed cases have moved from 245 to 460. In the last 2 weeks, over 100 new confirmed cases have been recorded. When, Madam Speaker, we look at deaths within that parish of Westmoreland alone, we have had 22 deaths overall, but 12 of those recorded in the last 2 weeks. Our surveillance at the hospital that serves the parish, that's the Savlamar Hospital, also shows, Madam Speaker, a worrying trend, with COVID admissions increasing steadily over the last 3 months. For October, there were some 23 admissions, and for November, there were 55 admissions. This, Madam Speaker, colleagues, represents a 100% increase in admissions in 1 month. Westmoreland, we surmise, is demonstrating community spread, Madam Speaker, that has the potential to increase further over the December to January period. We are seeing an increase in cases, an increase in hospitalization, and unfortunately an increase in deaths. In response to the data, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, through the Western Regional Health Authority and the Parish Health Department, has utilized several modalities to increase awareness and to stimulate behavior changes. These include public awareness and testing in the transport centers, the town centers, churches, health facilities, schools, workplaces, markets, and in the business district. We have made 3 community interventions over the last 2 weeks. In the capital, Savannah Lamar, 104 persons were tested with 13 positives. In Little London, 102 persons were tested, 19 of whom returned positive results. In Grange Hill, 100 persons were tested, 16 of whom were found to be positive, which gives us a positivity rate, Madam Speaker, of 15%, which is a bit higher than the national average. What it means then, Madam Speaker, is that it should represent a warning to persons within that parish. Madam Speaker, when we examine the surveillance map for the parish, almost 80% of all communities are showing active cases, with persons showing varying degrees of severity of illness, from asymptomatic to requiring transfer to the intensive care units of the Cornwall Regional Hospital and the University Hospital of the West Indies. These cases are being triggered, we believe, based on our intelligence on the ground, Madam Speaker. We do have a wide network in public health through the health centers, the hospitals, the public health nurses, the community health aides. We feel that this increase is being triggered by careless behavior and lack of adherence to infection prevention and control measures. I'm calling it as I see it and based on intelligence on the ground, Madam Speaker, because I think we have to be very frank about it so that persons appreciate and understand the importance of complying with these protocols. The young persons, Madam Speaker, within these communities are actively engaging in social interactions, exposing themselves to the virus and taking it home to their older relatives who are becoming ill and are dying, as the evidence is suggesting. That is serious, Madam Speaker. Based on the on-the-ground information provided by the police, we do collaborate with the constabulary and the local health team, most of the infections are driven by illegal parties hosted at bars and corner shops, 9 nights and wakes, and the infamous bike parties that move from community to community. This indiscipline, Madam Speaker, threatens all of our efforts and could ultimately erode the gains we have made over the last several months to contain the spread and reduce our rate of infection. The situation, Madam Speaker, is a clear and present danger to the efforts of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and indeed the entire country, to not only flatten the curve, but also to ensure that we are able to prevent the overwhelming of the public health system. And as it relates to that parish, we are on the verge of that taking place because we just cannot cope with the numbers of positive cases and positive cases that are symptomatic. As you are also aware, Madam Speaker, and as I have said on this very floor, we are in higher gear in terms of our preparedness for an expected surge of COVID-19 cases later this month and into the new year. It is now, we have enough time to predict with levels of certainty based on the cycle of the virus that when we have periods of excessive activity, then there is likely to be a spike not too long after. And hence the public health team in their wisdom and based on tracking of the data do expect to see a spike in the new year. However, the situation in Westmoreland has moved faster than anticipated and must be cauterized now before we start to see an exponential increase that will certainly overwhelm the health system. The other parishes in the northwestern side of the island, Madam Speaker, I should say, are also seeing increased numbers, and there is a need for us to be vigilant, and all of us, that is, the entire population. So we're seeing very incremental, but nevertheless concerning surges in Hanover, in St. James, in Trelawney, and in St. Anne. So that entire belt, but Westmoreland stands out as the major challenge. Madam Speaker, we have been very transparent in our approach as public health and as a government, and I think it's important for us to speak to the country as family, as we coordinate our efforts, and where we feel that there are breaches, we have to call it out in order to try and get compliance. Madam Speaker, after careful deliberation with my Cabinet and with the Prime Minister, of course, as Chairman of the Cabinet, and the technical team of the ministry, the Honourable Prime Minister has directed myself and the team to give due warning to, in this instance, the people of the lovely parish of Westmoreland, a beautiful parish, where I visit often and I enjoy, but nevertheless, the challenges that are there are real. This behavior, Madam Speaker, and disregard for the protocol, it's a serious matter, because we are a traveling people, and it may start in Westmoreland, but it could come right close to you in your constituency. But we are giving notice, Madam Speaker, that we can't continue to tolerate this type of disregard for the protocol. And if the present measures are not adhered to, and we do not see a change in the trajectory over the next few days, then new restrictions will be imposed on the parish to effect that change. And these restrictions can be anything from tighter curfew hours to suspension of certain activities, even the limited activities that are currently allowed. And, Madam Speaker, we will take the decision. The Cabinet is resolute, the Honourable Prime Minister and other members of the Cabinet. And so I say to the people of Westmoreland, as well as to the other parishes along the belt, please recalibrate, take the matter into your hand and follow the protocols if you want to enjoy some of those freedoms that are limited nevertheless, but are allowed going into the festive season. We will use the tools necessary at our disposal, Madam Speaker, as the health team, our nurses, doctors, public health inspectors, community health aides, contact investigators, porters, medical technologists, to work with the people of the parish and other parishes. But nevertheless, we have to recognize that they can do so much and no more, and a lot depends on the citizens themselves. So I urge again, Madam Speaker, in closing, that we wear our mask, maintain the physical distance of 6 feet, wash and sanitize our hands. Additionally, we should encourage everyone to obey the law, obey the protocols that have been established. Do not encourage any gathering over 15 persons. Ensure that you maintain the curfew and endeavor to, as they say, turn your yard, stay home if you don't have to go out. Madam Speaker, finally, as a health team, we will be engaging the communities of Westmoreland in a further series of activities. We will make interventions at the Negril Bus Park, in the capitals, Savannah Lamar and Petersfield, and we will again try to encourage all persons in the parish to adhere to the protocols. Madam Speaker, Christmas is a time of merriment and good cheer. It is a time of giving and of love. All of these things can be achieved within the new normal, understanding that the greatest gift we can give is the gift of good health, Madam Speaker. And we have started a number of activities, including a campaign, Mask Up Before You Talk Up. And I'm going to ask my colleagues in this House, work with us. Let's work together to provide the example that is so necessary at the level of our constituency. Mask up before you talk up, and encourage all your constituents to do the same. Madam Speaker, so please you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, the presentation just made is both positive and negative. Positive part of it is as it relates to the whole aspect of vaccination and the proposal by the government for this national vaccination for COVID-19. However, looking at your grouping of persons who are on this commission, I note with some concern, and even though we are having the re-establishment of the COVID Select Committee, that you have not included any opposition on that commission. And if you are, as your last part of the statement said, that you are inviting the opposition as part of the national thrust to help to reduce the spread of COVID, then it would be a timely demonstration to the people that your actual words are translated into action. And it is something that you should look at. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to reiterate in a positive way the opposition support for the national vaccination against COVID-19. I know there are many persons in the country who have a negative attitude as it relates to vaccination. But, Minister, you can be assured of the support from the membership of this side as we go into the vaccination program. Minister, you indicated that the intention of the government was to vaccinate 16% of the population in the first instance. (16% of the population in the first instance, and you gave a timetable, 1% of that 16%, you said, by April, and a 1% after that, and then the entire 16 by the end of 2021. And that, as you did indicate, depends on when we get the vaccine and when it's approved. 1% of that 16%, Minister, translates into about 4,500. So are you saying that, anticipating that based on what we are hearing in the current trend, that we should be getting the vaccine, say about March, that we are only doing 4,500 by April, and then for another 3 months we are doing 4,500, and then for the rest of the period we are doing the almost 4,300 for the next 6 months. I can understand that we have trial runs and to see how it is done in terms of the whole logistics. But to me, those numbers look quite small, and they are small, Minister, in light of the numbers that we are seeing now, as is demonstrated by the latter part of your presentation as it relates to Western Jamaica. I'm also happy that in your presentation you indicated that the COVAX arrangements that are there does not include the Pfizer vaccine, which is the one that there is significant concern about, which is the storage of the vaccine at -70 degrees centigrade. So I'm happy that this is not included here. But the question arises, Minister, that if, well, first, does the government intend to have the entire procurement of the vaccines done under the COVAX arrangement with PAHO, WHO? That's one. And secondly, this 16% of the population that you mentioned to get the vaccine in the first instance, is that number, are those numbers relating to 1 dose or 2 doses of the vaccination? So it is something that you need to advise us about, because we are hearing now that most vaccines, based on the current trend, and you say this is fluid, that it is basically 2 doses that are required now based on the measures that we have seen in other development states. So we'd like to know whether that 16% covers 1 dose or 2 doses, or you only have vaccine for 16% at 1 dose. The other worrying trend, Minister, in your presentation is as it relates to what is happening in the northwestern and the western part of the island and the increase in numbers. And what we have seen, Minister, for the past 4 weeks, each week, the average number of cases has been about 400 per week. 400 per week for each of the past 4 weeks that we have had. And prior to that, we were about 200 to 250 per week. So it is a worrying trend that we are seeing now. But Minister, I would urge those who provide the data to look a little further. And why do I say this? Illegal parties, the wakes that we have been having, the bike parties, every member of Parliament will tell you in this House, Minister, if you ask them, that they are held all over the island. People are having these. Why is it, therefore, that we are seeing increased numbers in those western parishes? Is there a positive correlation between the tourism sector and increased, Minister? And indeed, Minister, we have seen that the numbers are rising in Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, and St. Anne in the recent past. Is there a correlation? And if there isn't, although your numbers are showing, Minister, on the daily numbers that you feed to the country, that the number of positives from tourist arrival has been 0, 0, 0, not has been above 1 for any particular day. Are we seeing the true picture of what is happening? And something's very instructive in your statement, Minister. You indicate that these youngsters who are the ones who are engaged in these parties, but also are the ones who primarily work in the sector, are the ones who take it home to their elderly relatives at home. Where is the infection coming from? And it is something that I'm asking that you seek of your technocrats to find out, to ensure and to give the country some reassurance that this is not coming as a consequence of a tourism sector. The other part of it, Minister, and I spoke to it in response to your statement last time we spoke in the Parliament, is the whole aspect of us encouraging our constituents, all 63 of us leading by example, our constituents, to observe the protocols. And I mean, without even saying anything about my position, Minister, in my own constituency, I've been having a town crier going around, right, telling people about what they are to do in terms of practices, wearing the mask, physical distancing, washing hands, that sort of thing. It is something that could be replicated, not necessarily what I say, but something across, so that people understand and appreciate that we are as concerned as them about the spread of COVID, and to put the appropriate measures in place to prevent, in this community transmission phase, the effect of COVID having the disastrous effect it's having on our health, on our safety, and on our economy. So we join you in encouraging our people to continue wearing the mask, to continue the physical distancing, to continue ensuring that they avoid the congregation in the public spaces, and above all, to keep healthy and to prevent it from getting home to their loved ones, to their elderly relatives, and to others in the community, so that even though there's light at the end of the tunnel in the fact that the vaccine is on its way, we still have to ensure the public health measures are in place until that time arrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague for the issues raised. Let me quickly run through on the issue of the engagement of the opposition on the vaccine distribution. I'm always for collaboration. This is a national effort. I don't think the opposition can claim that we have not been transparent about the approach to date, and indeed the Special Select Committee has been active up to the last political cycle, the end of the last cycle. So that Joint Select Committee is going to be reestablished, I believe, today. It will be announced. And I would like to have a meeting prior to the break, the Christmas break, because I think it's important for us to have that discussion at that level. Beyond, the issue of the vaccine is going to be prominently discussed at that level. I mean, you can't escape it, and I'm fully aware of that. Any additional engagement, if there's a need for that, we can have a conversation on it. The issue of the 16% and the availability, and the fact that it represents hope, but nevertheless seems less than adequate given the size of the population. Bear in mind that we are pursuing a joint effort with the rest of the world. This is a demand that is global. And the projections, as we understand it, is that under the COVAX program, they are expected to access some 2 billion doses of the vaccine to be distributed between 168 countries. The whole idea of that window was to ensure that smaller countries like Jamaica are not disadvantaged by virtue of wealthier countries with more resources. So I think we're in the right place, and it ensures that we get proportionally a certain amount based on what is projected. But we have to depend on the program to deliver. We can't do more than what the joint effort represents and what it will deliver. So, yes, on the face of it, it would be good if we had more, but this is what we can access based on how the process is working out, the trials, the production of the item, and the fact that it's globally demanded. But if it changes, I'm sure we'll benefit from any change that would take place. The question of doses, it's 2 doses, and so all the provisions that we have made would be for a complete cycle, which would be 2 doses. On the issue of the western part of the country and the challenges around the surge or spike in cases, it is very concerning to us. The public health team monitors daily in the field, so we are as aware as you are that the numbers are going up. and I named a number of parishes, even though I singled out Westmoreland. What it means is that there has to be interventions that will further highlight the need for persons to observe the protocols. Now, you ask a question specifically about the link or possible link between tourism and cases. I mean, those parishes do represent a very strong tourism activity. We have had a plan as it relates to tourism that we have pursued. The Cabinet, the Minister of Tourism is here. Minister of Local Government plays a big role there too in terms of attractions and so on. And I think we have done, and the industry has done a fairly good job in responding in terms of the protocols. And I've been to a number of facilities. I've seen the sanitization stations, the mask wearing by employees, and so on. But, you know, it's hard to tell at this point. And I've asked the very same question that you have asked of the technocrats. How strong is that link? And they have said they will examine closer and get back to me with that information. But on the face of it, I wouldn't want to say that it is because of tourism. I think more so it's around how we operate within our space, and the information I've gotten from them are suggesting that some of the activities on the ground without observing the protocols are perhaps more responsible for the spread. So we're going to have to do a lot more to promote that. And then finally, I endorse the need for us to collaborate. The Minister is going to speak local government on the town criers and so on, because we have collaborated a lot with them on the ground. But it is a joined-up approach that we have pursued as a government, and we certainly appreciate the contribution of the opposition. Thank you.
Minister, there's a part of the question that you have not answered. As it relates to the COVAX arrangement, is it going to be ad infinitum? Because although we are a small country, and you pointed out that, there are some countries who have entered into bilateral arrangements to get it. Have we explored that particular route? And the other point, Minister, I raised about the tourism sector, it is also in an effort to protect the industry. Because if we can establish that it is not as a consequence of it, we are giving support and we are giving encouragement to those who are coming into our sector. That is, the numbers that we are seeing are not as a consequence of something within the sector. So it's both ways. It's not necessary to say it is because of tourism, but we want to be certain for ourselves and also to assure those visitors who are coming that the rise in those parishes are not a consequence of it.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Madam Speaker, the bilateral arrangements, simply put, I'm understanding the member to say is to should you be making arrangements outside of the group effort that COVAX represents with other jurisdictions, and I did say that there are several other trials taking place. That is always an option, and it is a fluid situation. I am not prepared to say that the COVAX system will represent the only approach to finding a source. What I am prepared to say as part of this government is that whatever source we access from, we must be absolutely certain that the integrity and the efficacy of the process is of such where the health and wellness of the population is preserved. And that really is the strength of the COVAX arrangement, because that arrangement allows all the experts under the auspices of the World Health Organization and in the region, the hemisphere, PAHO, to manage a process that validates on our behalf and on behalf of other smaller countries that don't have the kind of technical capacities to ensure that the clinical trials are done and that whatever we administer on our population is absolutely safe. And that would be my sort of hesitancy initially, not to cast any aspersions at other jurisdictions, but where you don't have the resources or the capacity, you have to depend on the agencies that you're a part of to assist you in that regard. So I would say during next year, anything can happen in terms of new discoveries, new sign-offs, greater production, different clinical trials being successful and therefore having more. What we're doing is projecting based on a very conservative set of variables. And it should be encouraging to know that there are others who are out there working to get a vaccine to market. The issue of herd immunity, tourism, I don't think we can say because we don't have the evidence. In fact, we probably have more evidence to suggest that it's not the tourism industry that is providing this kind of spread than evidence to suggest otherwise. In that a lot of the breaches, to be totally frank, that we have encountered around the protocols that we have pushed and tried to administer has been around the quarantining arrangements that our very own locals oftentimes breach, having come into the country and are required to stay home for 14 days. Many times that is not observed. And so my own view is that that accounts more for the spread. And then, of course, not observing the protocols in the local communities. It's not to say that we should not be vigilant and should not have as much information as possible around the tourism trade. And the fact is they are not separate, they are connected. It's the same taxi driver who carries the tourists, the same attractions, the workers in the hotels. And so, in a sense, it's hard to separate both of them. But it's a situation we'll continue to monitor. Herd immunity, member, we have never really taken a position that the country should achieve herd immunity. In fact, countries that have articulated that as a policy has seen significant despair and death, in that the virus has swept through the populations, or those populations, and persons who are most vulnerable. The system becomes overwhelmed. So our strategy has never been to allow the virus to run and to achieve herd immunity. Our strategy has been to manage carefully to avoid the system being overwhelmed and to give as much advice as possible while we await the vaccine that we think is ultimately the solution. Thank you.
Minister, just a clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last part of your commentary suggests that we're looking at herd immunity as a result of people getting infected. But herd immunity can also be achieved by having a certain level of the population vaccinated, immunized. So that is, I think, the perspective from which a member was asking the question, in that, are we looking at herd immunity? Because 16% certainly will not give us herd immunity.
All right, just to quickly, the typical understanding of herd immunity as it relates to this virus, up to this point anyway, has been the virus going through the population. So maybe you should have clarified exactly what you meant. In this instance, though, if it is that you are suggesting that it's about the critical mass that has access to the vaccine, then I believe I would have answered the question on that already by saying it's a function of when it is available, and we'll apply as necessary.
Madam Speaker, I would invite you to ask the Minister of Local Government to make it.
Minister of Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House is aware that the Disaster Risk Management Order number 16 is now in effect, and will remain in force until January 15, 2021. I wish to highlight the fact that the order preserves the ban on nightclubs, on parties, and all kinds of other events that warrants a permit from the municipal corporation. Additionally, 17 beaches and 19 rivers that were ordered closed in August will remain closed. This is important as we have observed there are certain breaches of these provisions in various parts of the country, and those who are committing these offenses, Madam Speaker, covers every spectrum of the society. In keeping with the order, the municipal corporations have not issued any permits for any events of any sort taking place in Jamaica over the last 4 months. But despite the issuing of no permits, more than 300 events are being held on a weekly basis across the country in total violation of the health and safety protocols that have been laid down by the Ministry of Health. As the Minister of Health mentioned, there are bike shows, wakes, grave digging ceremonies, church service where the numbers have exceeded the requirement, round robin, street parties, bike shows, you name it, in every nook and cranny of the country. We are seeing a worrying decline in the level of compliance by operators of community bars and taverns, Madam Speaker, which months ago was demonstrating a real commitment in maintaining the protocols. We are now observing that a lot of these community bars and taverns is guilty of breaking the protocol. We are aware of nightclubs, especially in the corporate area, Otrios, Montego Bay, Negril, and other major centers are operating in defiance of the protocols. These venues, registered as restaurants, they are now in fact operating as nightclubs. And in addition, nightclubs being run under the disguise of restaurants. Just last weekend, Madam Speaker and member of this Honorable House, a major event was held on Dunrobin Avenue when the video was sent and the count of motor vehicles was done. Nearly 150 motor vehicles, motorbikes, lining both sides of the road. And information that we have garnered that the activity was closely monitored. The police have been provided with the relevant information and video footage, and I can say to this Honourable House that the investigation is actively taking place, and the necessary charges will be laid once those investigations have been concluded. We are also aware of the trend of promoters of using all kinds of means to advertise events. Normally, Madam Speaker, you would see the billboards being placed on the light poles and other places across the country. We are no longer seeing this, Madam Speaker. What we have noticed is that information is being used on private pages and on Facebook and other social media platforms to promote these illegal activities. These are a few of the events that are being promoted. Shut your mouth here with your little money, with your little bit of money. That is the name of the event set for Club Utopia in Bull Bay, St. Andrew, tomorrow, the 9th.
Julian, go
yeah. Shut your mouth with your little bit of money. That is the name of it, Madam Speaker. And that is set for Bull Bay, Club Utopia. Here's the flyer. Here's the flyer. It says, give away every hour from the bikini girls. So this is one of the flyers, Madam Speaker. With total disregard for the protocols that is set out by the government. And this information has been passed on to the police for the necessary steps to be taken to prevent these illegal activities from going on. Madam Speaker, we go further. There is an event that is put on, Madam Speaker, the same shut your mouth with your little bit of money. They are claiming on this flyer, Madam Speaker, and I'm telling you, this is a serious matter. On this flyer, the promoters have printed that this event is fully endorsed by the KSAC.
What? No. What? No.
It's not me, say so. This is the flyer, Madam Speaker.
Misinformation.
I want to repeat what I said, Madam Speaker, that the municipal corporations across the country have not granted any permits for any event at all for the last 5 months, Madam Speaker. And for a promoter to put on an event and to name the KSAC, poor thing they don't even know that it is no longer the KSAC, it's the KSMAC. So that tells you the level in which these people are prepared to go to hold these events. Not only in the corporate area, not only amongst adults. There is one in Negril that is set for the 24th of December. Kids Mania, Family Fun Day, set for December the 24th at Bourbon Beach in Negril. There is one up in Skyline Drive in St. Andrew. Dub Club Live. This is an event that is held every Wednesday night. Skyline Drive in Upper St. Andrew. There is one in downtown on Orange Street in my constituency. And they call it Beat Street Pop-Up Market. This one is set for Sunday, December 20th, Madam Speaker. The government is concerned about these patterns of behavior, which, as my colleague minister have indicated, has serious implications for the country as we get deeper into the festive season. I want to make the point that it is not the government's intention to stifle the entertainment sector. That argument is being put out there, Madam Speaker. The government has no intention in stifling the entertainment sector, but we are guided by the advice of the health sector, and we are saying at this time, no permits for any events, no parties, no bike shows, neither round robin, neither open or shut your mouth. There is no such permit, Madam Speaker, that has been granted. We note, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend the security forces, because when we get the information about these activities and we pass it on to them, Madam Speaker, they are quick on the draw. They go out there, Madam Speaker, shut down many of these events. Thousands of persons, hundreds of events have been stopped by the police. And we note with concern that the security force has been attacked, even murdered. And we want to condemn those actions and to commit to the security forces our support as they make a valiant attempt to bring law and order to this sector. I'm very heartened, Madam Speaker, that many Jamaicans have been reporting these matters. And I want to use the opportunity in appealing for the public support in a practical way for us to maintain the effectiveness of the disaster risk management order. We are putting in measures, Madam Speaker, the local authorities, working closely with the Ministry of Health. And the member from St. Mary Central raised the question of town crier. It was a program that we had early in the response. And I want to assure this Honourable House that commencing next week, all 14 municipalities across Jamaica will be fitted with town criers to go through the various towns and communities with a message beseeching, begging, and asking persons to observe these protocols, Madam Speaker. I'm aware of questions being raised by vendors about the operating hours of markets across the country. Accordingly, the order specifies that market will be open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Mondays to Saturdays. Markets are not permitted to be open on Sundays or on public holidays, Madam Speaker. And the markets, the vendors will be allowed to operate and close 1 hour before the commencement of the curfew. I know that there are vendors raising concerns about the hours, but Madam Speaker, we have to throw caution to the wind. As my colleague says, the numbers are getting higher and higher, and we cannot be a government that does not listen, and the country should listen to the government. And I am urging the vendors to play their part in helping us to contain the spread of COVID-19. The other challenge we face, Madam Speaker, is that at this time of the year, the country generates an enormous amount of garbage right through the Christmas into the New Year period, Madam Speaker. The National Solid Waste Management Authority is already implementing late-night operations in many communities. In some communities, they are working 24 hours. The dump is open 24 hours a day, Madam Speaker. They are employing additional sweepers, and they are making sure that all the areas, the public spaces across the country is adequately swept and the garbage, Madam Speaker, collected and taken to the disposal site. But I want to say something about this. It makes no sense, the entity putting these measures, but the response from the Jamaican people is, boy, I'm in a business. There has to be, at this time, a sense of responsibility coming from Jamaicans in how they dispose of their garbage, Madam Speaker. The entity will be putting on additional trucks, and they have been doing so, taking into consideration the impact that the rains have had on the collection of garbage over the last couple of weeks. The municipal corporation, the police, working closely with the National Solid Waste Management Authority, will be working assiduously over the next couple of weeks to ensure that we have a clean country, not just for Christmas, but we should commit ourselves going into the new year for a cleaner Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I announced in August a special partnership between the Ministry, the Office of Disaster Preparedness, and Digicel. In that announcement, Madam Speaker, I indicated that Digicel will be making a contribution to the local authorities in the fight against COVID-19. And they committed to provide 100 washing stations. And those washing stations, Madam Speaker, is now in the island and will be distributed across the country in our major town centers. And I am urging the public to use these stations in the proper way and to use the floor of the Parliament to say how grateful we are to Digicel Jamaica for the contribution of this 100 hand washing station, which will go a far way in assisting us in the fight against COVID. And I urge other entities to be as generous as Digicel, as collectively we respond to the crisis that we are facing, Madam Speaker. I want to make the point that we can get 10,000 hand washing stations. We can get all the vaccine in the world, Madam Speaker. But the only cure for this virus is the discipline and the commitment of the Jamaican people, Madam Speaker. If there's no will for us, Madam Speaker, we will never get over this hurdle. Finally, Madam Speaker, as you all know, the government, this administration, has taken a real interest in those in the society who are most at risk. And I speak of our infirmaries, Madam Speaker. I want to say that we as a country must be proud of our performance in maintaining a very high standard amongst the nearly 2,000 residents who reside in our infirmaries across the country. Since the advent of COVID, we have only had 5 cases, Madam Speaker, in 3 infirmaries across the country, and I can say we have done well, Madam Speaker, and to the Ministry of Health and the Board of Supervision and the staff of these infirmaries who have demonstrated a high level of responsibility. Since the measures have been put in, the residents in these infirmaries have not had the visit of loved ones as they normally do. Close to 1,000 residents across the country, based on the record that we have had, have shown that on a weekly or monthly basis, these residents are visited by loved ones and relatives. That has not been the case since March. So the government has taken a decision that Christmas is a time of giving, a time of sharing. And we are going to use the means of technology, Madam Speaker, by providing smartphones and tablets and the necessary facilities to allow the residents in these infirmaries to have access to see and to speak to their relatives and friends by the means of technology, Madam Speaker. We will be doing this right through until the end of January. And we are going to be engaging the Ministry of Health in discussions to see how best we can address a real issue. There is a waiting list of over 570 Jamaicans who are waiting to gain admission into the various infirmaries and golden age homes across the country. The number may be high. We are not sure if we are in a position to have so many bed spaces. But we are going to be looking at, Madam Speaker, working with my colleague, Minister of Health, on a system next year to see how we can, in a responsible way, look to give consideration to those who are in need. Madam Speaker, the Christmas will not be lost on our infirmaries. We will still continue to have the annual Christmas dinner, but that the dinner will be catered for and taken to the facility where the staff and the residents on Christmas Day will sit down and have their Christmas meal. We will make provisions for Boxing Day and for New Year's Day. And I'm encouraging residents and persons who would normally support the infirmaries, continue to do so, but you will not be allowed to go in personally to partake with the residents because of these safety protocols. Not just are we taking care of the nearly 2,000 residents within our infirmary, but there's a growing street population, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the Minister of Finance, we have gotten a little bit more money. And I want to assure the country that the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, through the Board of Supervision and the local authorities, will continue to provide for the 2,100 persons who are living on the streets of Jamaica. We will continue to provide 2 meals a day until the end of January next year, Madam Speaker. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage my fellow Jamaicans not to take this COVID thing for a joke. And I want to repeat, no permits will be granted for any events taking place across the country. We will be working closely with the police to ensure that law and order is maintained. And there will be a team out there on a daily and nightly basis, Madam Speaker, that will be policing the various areas and will be providing information as necessary, Madam Speaker. I thank you and my colleagues.
Leader, go ahead. Nothing else. All right. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry paper number 80 of 2020 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues, dated September 21 and 28, 2020. Ministry paper number 21 of 2020 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community Zone Social Interventions, dated September 1, 2017 to December 3, 2020. Ministry paper number 82 of 2020 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development, the Denham Town Community Social Intervention and dated December 3, 2020. Ministry paper number 83 of 2020 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Community Zone Social Intervention dated December 3, 2020. Ministry paper number 84 of 2020 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Community Zone Social Intervention dated December 3, 2020. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 6 order 2020. And these 4 orders have been tabled with and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period of operation number 6 order 2020 and resolution. The Law Reform, I don't know what's happening. Come here, talk loud. Can I hear? The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Social Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Community Zone extension of period of operation number 3 order 2020 and resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Community Zone extension of period of operation number 3 order 2020 and resolution. Annual report of the Consumer Affairs Commission for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Annual report for the Fair Trading Commission for the financial year 2014 to 2015. Report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motion for exemption
brought on behalf of the Members of Parliament for Manchester Southern and Westmoreland Eastern. Special reports of investigation into allegation of impropriety and irregularity in the signing of checks by Ms. Shernette Horton for the financial year 2014-2015. Special reports of investigation concerning allegation for lack of transparency and fairness in the issuance of import permits by the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries for the importation of chicken backs and chicken necks. Certified appropriation account, head 28,030 for the Administrator General's Department for the years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018. And for head 1520, Registrar General's Department for the year 2018-2019. Also, Auditor General's Department Performance Audit Report for the management systems for the maintenance of parochial roads for Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, and the Auditor General's Department Strengthening Road Management in Jamaica Compendium Report of Performance Audits for the management systems for farm and parochial roads.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 4th day of December 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bank of Jamaica Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. I have the honor to also advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 4th day of December 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Dogs Liability for Injuries by Act and to provide for liability for attacks by dogs and for connected matters was passed in the Senate with 24 amendments for which the Senate desires the concurrence of this Honorable House. Signed, Thomas Tavares Vincent, OJCD QCJP, President of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to the bill shortly entitled the Dogs Liability for Tax Act 2020 be now considered and approved.
The Speaker's consent is given.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendments have been circulated, and may I indicate that while the Senate sat, I was in discussions with the leader of government business, and these amendments have been agreed. Most of these amendments are meant to tweak and to clarify a number of matters that was approved in the House. So I will be asking the House to approve the amendments that came from the Senate, save and except there are two. Well, one is a typo. If you look at the Act, it was pointed out to me by my colleague, the Attorney General, that at Section 9 of the bill that is before you, there is a typo that it should read, order that the dog be humanely euthanized. That's spelling error. No, but I just pointed out. But also in Section 7D, this will be an amendment rather than a typo. We should say that the act was caused by the deliberate provocation of the dog by the individual attacked or another individual, being in each such case an individual over the age of 14 years rather than 18 years. And the reason for 14 years, Madam Speaker, is that under the criminal law basically indicate that you become an adult, or you're treated as an adult at age 14. So that we'd like to propose an amendment instead of the age of 18 years, to insert 14 years and to ask to send it back to the Senate for that amendment to be approved. So I'm asking the House to approve these amendments from the Senate, but with this consequential amendment to Clause 7D to put in 14 years instead of the age of 18 years. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that the amendments to the Dogs Liability Act as circulated be amended, with the exception the Minister has asked that in Section 7D, instead of 14 years, instead of 18 years, we insert 14 years. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Reports from committees.
Didn't hear anything? Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motions for exemptions brought on behalf of the Members of Parliament for Manchester Southern and Westmoreland Eastern.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motions for the exemptions brought on behalf of the Members of Parliament for Manchester Southern and Westmoreland Eastern, which was laid on the table of the House on the 8th day of December 2020, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that this Honourable House appoint a select committee comprising the following members: Honourable Christopher Tufton, MP; the Most Honourable Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP; Mrs. Marlene Malaho-Fort, QC, MP; Ms. Tova Hamilton, MP; Ms. Crystal Lee, MP; Dr. Maurice Guy, CD, MP; Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, MP; and Mr. Hugh Graham, MP, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider the COVID-19 pandemic and related matters. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions that I have so far put in my name.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas Jamaica attained independence on August 6, 1962, and will therefore enter its 60th year as an independent nation in 2021. And whereas Jamaica's democratic system of government has withstood the test of time with the holding of 13 general elections and the peaceful transfer of power 7 times to different political administrations. And whereas Jamaica retained the constitutional monarchical system of government in 1962, with the head of state being Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom, represented in Jamaica by the Governor-General. And whereas Jamaica's system of government has been the subject of review by a constitutional commission, a joint select committee of constitutional reform in 1997, and by several eminent Jamaicans independently, which have recommended various constitutional amendments, including the adoption of a republican system of government. And whereas credible opinion polls have indicated that a majority of Jamaicans would prefer that Jamaica adopt a republican instead of a monarchical system of government. And whereas, while there are different views on some recommendation constitutional amendments, both political parties in Parliament have agreed that Jamaica should become a republic within the Commonwealth with a non-executive president as the ceremonial head of state. And whereas political administrations formed by both political parties in Parliament have committed to the holding of either an indicative referendum, a grand referendum, or a simple referendum at varying times in relation to this and other matters, but have not done so. Be it resolved that this Parliament mandates the government to A. Take the necessary steps in accordance with the Constitution to remove the British monarch as Jamaica's head of state and establish a new head of state of Jamaica to be known as the President of Jamaica. B. Appoint a small committee of appropriate professionals to undertake a 6-month public education exercise on the desirability of having a republican system of government instead of a monarchical one. And C. Thereafter, hold a national referendum to approve the necessary constitutional changes, and be it further resolved that as a cost-saving measure, this said referendum be conducted at the same time as a local government election, which is due on or before February 2022. And be it further resolved that Jamaica takes these immediate steps to finally repatriate this fundamental symbol of Jamaican sovereignty, the head of state, to our homeland, Jamaica, land we love, prior to our celebration of 60 years as an independent nation. If it pleases you, Madam Speaker.
Minister Chan.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. First, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation number 6, Order 2020 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment in the parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation number 6, Order 2020 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operation for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary to do so. And whereas in accordance with the action with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and the environs in the parish of St. James, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, And whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 7th day of December 2020, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem, got mixed up, extension of Order Number 6, Order 2020. Now therefore be it resolved that by this Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment of the parish of St. James, zone extension of period of operation number 6, Order 2020 resolution. 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment of the parish of St. James, zone extension of order operation number 6, Order 2020 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of operation number 6, Order 2020 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operation for a period of not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas, in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, declaration of Denham Town, number 2, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas a Section 5 where Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such periods each not exceeding 60 days, and whereas on the 7th day of December 2020, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension Period of Operation number 6, Order 2020, now therefore be resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1, this resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, Extension of Period of Operation number 6, Order 2020 resolution. 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Denham Town Community Zone, extension of a period of operation number 6, Order 2020 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Augustown extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, August Town Zone, Order 2020. And whereas that order provides that said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such periods, each not exceeding 60 days, and whereas on the 7th day of December 2020, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. First, this resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020 resolution. Second, the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020 is hereby affirmed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020. And whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may, by order, declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas, in accordance with the section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, Greenwich Town Zone Order 2020. And whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 7th day of December 2020, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by the Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020 resolution. 2. The law reform zone of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone extension of period of operation number 3, Order 2020 is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the resolutions.
At the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved, with reference to the resolution passed by this House on the 29th day of September 2020, appointing a Public Accounts Committee, that Mr. Mark Golding be removed from the membership of the committee and that Mr. Julian Robinson be added thereto and appointed chairman. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill entitled the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2020, and if I may do so at the same time, Madam Speaker, to move that a bill entitled the Evidence Amendment Act 2020 be also read a first time.
Read the bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Evidence Amendment Act 2020 read a first time, and a bill shortly entitled the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2020 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, in relation to the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2020, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and take it through all its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, in relation to the Evidence Amendment Act 2020, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. And Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for a second reading of the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act, and I will move to take it through all its stages today.
We don't need the order for that one.
And Madam Speaker,
Ms. Curtis.
do it formally. I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2020.
A bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Number 2 Act 2020 read a first time.
Even though I did it earlier, I will beg to give a notice for a second reading of the bill, Madam Speaker, and I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take the second reading of the bill and to take it through its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time the NHT Amendment Act 2020.
A bill shortly entitled the National Housing Trust Amendment Special Provisions Act 2020 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill. And Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will beg for a suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the bill, to take a second reading of the bill and to take it through all of its stages to completion.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Control Act 2020.
A bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Control Act 2020 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, There are a number of matters, most of which the House would have been given notice of. It's a lengthy agenda in regards to that, and of course, I know that the usual alacrity that guides the way in which we dispatch and deal with these very important measures will be had at this time to ensure that the business of the House can be conducted and conducted well in fair time. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is? No, question is?
The question is, those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Deputy Speaker to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Here, I don't have those. Look, here those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Question before the House is that the notice, motion of which the Deputy Speaker gave earlier, be now approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier with regards to the recomposition of the Public Accounts Committee, to remove Mark Golding and to replace with Julian Robinson, and there to appoint him as chairman.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the removal of Mr. Mark Golding from the membership of the Public Accounts Committee, and that Mr. Julian Robinson be therefore appointed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion be approved.
Question before the House is that the motion be now approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister of National Security to take the motion, notice of which he gave the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against?
Yeah.
The ayes have it.
Yeah. Thank you. Boy, your tone, guys, you know. Madam Speaker, by all accounts, the year 2020 has been one for the record books. The global community was taken to task by the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. The most advanced economies were forced into economic decline, and country borders were ordered closed in the interest of public health and public safety. The concept of work has taken on a new meaning for many. As a society, we have had to embrace virtual as the new normal. At the national level, the Disaster Risk Management Act Enforcement Measures 2020 have been critical to maintain the intricate balance of safeguarding Jamaican lives and livelihoods. Even amidst these significant changes and challenges, The government has demonstrated vigilance, commitment to purpose, and a firm determination in addressing the business of the people while ensuring the safety and well-being of all. The security forces have assessed that there has been a direct correlation between illegal events that breach the disaster risk management protocols and a spike in both shooting incidents and the disease COVID-19 that occur largely at these illegal events. The Jamaica Consular Force reports that some 2,984 violators of Disaster Risk Management Act, 2,984 were arrested over the period 30th of March to December 3. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, reflects our own commitment to enforcing the Disaster Risk Management Act. These included some 2,666 persons arrested for breach of curfews and 94 arrested for hosting an event contrary to the DRMA Act and in breach of the Noise Abatement Act and without the requisite permits from the municipal councils. A total of 764 warrants were given. There are further changes to be made to the law because we still have to warn them before we prosecute, although we have been getting some success in that area. But also note at this stage that on several occasions the police come under attack when they seek to, in fact, disrupt these illegal gatherings. And in fact, there have at least 2 police officers have been killed in this illegal activity. And we extend, of course, our deepest condolences to the families, but it reflects the kind of attitude of the violence that pervades a lot of these activities out there, and that the police have to deal with on an ongoing and a daily basis. We want to warn that law-abiding citizens who attend these illegal events are putting themselves at heightened risk. All citizens have a personal duty and responsibility to respect and follow the law, which has been put in place to protect them from both the COVID-19 public health pandemic as well as contribute to dealing with the epidemic of crime and violence. All law enforcement officers are resolute in their pursuit and shutting down of these illegal events. The organizers of these events will also be pursued to the full extent of the law, and several have been charged and fined along the process. Madam Speaker, I further point out that at this point in time, as we operate under the shadow of COVID-19 public health pandemic, we're also going to a very busy season. And the cultural practice of Jamaica, of course, changes, or it's known to be a very time of active movement, partying, and other activities which put the country at risk. It is also a time when we know that there's an increase of acquisitive criminal activity. And the security forces, as announced by the Prime Minister, have developed as their normal operating program for this month a significant surge in activity involving both the police and the Jamaica Defence Force. The idea is to, of course, ensure that we can have programs to reduce criminal violence, increase public safety and increase public order, and at the same time ensuring improved traffic management so that there will be better order in transport, but also reduce level of congestion on our streets, which is part of not only managing the season, but also managing the pandemic. Data at this time suggests, in terms of the criminal activity, homicide is marginally below last year. And we say that with concern, but the fact is that we have been having some spikes in the area of criminality, as one of the irony of fighting criminal violence, especially gangs, is when the leadership is removed from the area, the second-line operatives become far more violent as they fight for not only turf, but for rising in the order in the ranks of the gangs. And this, of course, has created several problems. The success of the police, I'd say, has been significant, beside maybe the ones that have gone over and over, the 14 cases in court, the significant degradation of the Klansman gang, which continues to be a significant gang out there. It's one of the large on the island. Only recently, I think some 36 members were arrested in the Salama area. They are likely to be charged on the predicate offense because they have strong cases in criminal activity that are likely to get them convicted more quickly. But we are continuing to pursue a number of gangs on the Anti-Gang Act, which is coming up for review. We have gone through the parliamentary process, and it is now back with us to bring back to Parliament, and we hope to look at the cases that have gone through and look at how we can strengthen that piece of legislation to ensure that the police will have a strong tool to fight gangs, as a policy on which the entire House has agreed we have to get on top of the activities of gangs in the country and their activities. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, they spread their activities across the country. So while we have had successes, I have to accept the numbers are not where they would like them to be, and the government will continue to invest in the security forces and to initiate innovative programs and continue to expand zones of special operation in difficult areas to ensure we can get on top of the critical activists in terms of criminal perpetrators, which is the gangs led by dons and, of course, supported by various illegal activities that provide them a huge amount of arms in the society. In fact, several of the more recent violent crimes, you'll note, would have come from individuals literally just killing someone because they had an argument and they have a gun. And this kind of incidental murder, as we might put it, comes about far more frequently when the gang leaders are off the street. So we have to get them off the street, but it means continued vigilance, increasing activity by the security forces to get control of the various elements of gangs. Part of this too, Madam Speaker, while we undertake, the security forces continue to undertake strong intelligence-driven tactical operations in order to disrupt and degrade the gangs, a matter of significant concern is emerging where we have a problem solving by contract killing. We have observed that there is an increasing tendency for otherwise individuals who would seem to be quite, in brackets, law-abiding, have otherwise to resort to contract killers to do their dirty work. The police, it provides difficulty in preventing, but the police have done some excellent work in isolating and apprehending a number of these. Not only have they apprehended the actual triggermen or the killers, as has happened in a number of cases, I would not go into details, but there's one outstanding case, I think, which the police demonstrated a high quality of work, reflecting some of the benefits derived from some of our investment, forensic and technology, in recent times, in the case of the very sad and tragic case of the vice principal of Excelsior. And both the organizer and the perpetrator were tracked down and apprehended by the police and awaited trial. This development is of grave concern and has formed the basis of the Ministry National Security on Stop Killing, Get the Guns campaign, which we have launched recently, a kind of social marketing approach. It's complementing by the other strategic measures that are being introduced by the government at this time of the year. As indicated, the Prime Minister indicated some special provisions put in place to ensure public safety and security over the festive season. Included in this, beside the increased activity of the police in terms of special operations and tactical operations for public safety, and in fact, pulling out of training school the number of our trainees who are at a level that they could go in public spaces. We have the deployment of the entire National Reserve to support the police, and additional operations by the JDF and JSF in combination. And of course, that is important to note, that the JDF only acts in concert with the police in the present situation. Some special anti-robbery initiative has been initiated, and we have had some success in this area, where you'll see increased police officers in the commercial districts. Measures to enforce the Disaster Risk Management Act, as indicated before, but there will be increased activity over the season. And take note of the statement by the Minister of Local Government that there have been no license been granted, but it is in fact a challenging time and a challenging event to police, Madam Speaker. The organizers, besides being a little blatant in announcing these activities because they think it's the season for such parties, are quite slick and operative. Besides being antagonists to the police, many of the modern sound systems are pretty small and as heavy as some of the traditional, heavier than the larger ones that were there before. They're placed in motor vehicles, SUVs, and they gather at a square for a bike party or a regular party. When the police intervene, they desist, and they drive to another square and start all over, and literally have the police, chasing them around. It can be quite challenging. In other areas, I said, they attack the police, and the police have to take special steps to disrupt them. But we continue in the operation. The police have been showing larger numbers of, I said, tactical operations and VCPs across the country. Their presence have shown some positives. Again, I'd refer to an event as recent as yesterday in Admiral Town, when the perpetrators were apprehended within hours because the police was in the area and was able to track them down immediately. I mentioned this, Madam Speaker, because it is this kind of presence and operation that will begin to get the sustainable downturn in violence. Once they know they can be apprehended quickly, you're likely to get a different approach and timing. It will not have the behavioral transformation, but we'll get the change, at least, and reduction in the homicides. The behavior change will take some more time. So I want to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to reassure the people of Jamaica that we will not allow the criminals to bring back fear into the communities that have largely been living without fear, especially in the zones of special operation. The government is unwavering in its commitment. Despite of the challenges that we will have faced from the hit on the economy by the pandemic, we are committed to continue to invest in our security force to take them to a level where they will have the resources and the manpower, human and physical, to begin to continue the reduction in criminal violence and criminal activity. We're also continuing to deal with the development programs in the specific zones to ensure that in the medium term we'll get the kind of behavior change that is required. I urge all Jamaicans to reawaken their sense and care and camaraderie, to become incensed to the level of brutality of these criminals and to collectively condemn their actions. We can only succeed if we have all Jamaicans committed to justice and to, in fact, preventing crime. Criminal activity across our country will only be maintained at the level that we desire when all citizens accept their personal responsibility to report the criminals and engage the police in a positive manner. We all have a role and a responsibility in ridding the country of crime. And I say, if you see something or know something, contact the police or call Crime Stop at 311. Crime Stop, up to now, has never released, they have never had a leakage of anyone's identity. Today, we are again seeking approval to extend the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act. Those are in the Dedham Town, Mount Salem, Greenwich Town, and August Town communities. This act, while it has a significant crime prevention, reduction prevention role, is a developmental program and is part of the suite of activities the government is involved in terms of tackling the chronic disease of crime across our nation. On the advice of the National Security Council, in accordance with the Law Reform Zones of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirm the resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period referred to in Section 4.3, the Dedham Town, Mount Salem, Greenwich Town, and August Town zones of special operation, special security and community development measures to be extended for a further 60 days. The ministry papers have been laid, Madam Speaker, and I urge the members to take a look at them. I will do a brief review of each one. Both the Mount Salem and Dedham Town zones continue into the build phase of the strategy. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate that the Mount Salem and Dedham Town zones have undergone 3 years of intervention since the declaration in 2017. Since then, the communities have in fact experienced significant improvements in human and community development. The community of Mount Salem continues to undergo meaningful transformation, and the planned implementation of 3 major projects as part of the bill phase, again, a reflection of this work. And indeed, Mount Salem is smaller. It's a younger community than Denhamton and the other communities we have recently cleared the zones, and in fact, has reflected a level of success that may indicative of what happens in the near communities. The zones of special operation and legislation, the programs in each one have to be examined in relation to the nature of that community, and I'll say some more on that at a later, before concluding. In Mount Salem, training in digital animation and construction, among other skills, following the completion of the rehabilitation of the community center, is continuing. This is being facilitated through the Housing Opportunity Production Employment Program and is one of several critical projects to be implemented. The construction of the new police station, which is expected to commence, has commenced. The groundbreaking for this intervention was done on 27th of November 2020 and will leave in place a fully equipped, strong community police station at the end of this whole operation. Rehabilitation of the Mount Salem Primary School, which is expected to commence early in 2021. Another crucial activity, because I've indicated, as Madam Speaker, one of the major challenges in these communities is, in addition to the violence that continues and permeates and creates fear, is that the services that the community receives from the public sector is some of the worst you'll find anywhere. And until we correct these problems, we will not get the sustainable activity we require. And the zones of special operation in particular are designed to ensure that we, in the build phase, continue that program and ensure that at some point we can withdraw the intense policing and defense force and leave a dynamic, healthy community with quality public service. That is the intent of the social intervention program. Madam Speaker, the government recognized from the outset that every community is different and that a one-size-fits-all approach would not work to deal with the long-standing issues in some of Jamaica's most troubled urban communities. Denhamton, in this regard, has presented some challenges. And only last week, I've noticed I had a convening of all the social agencies in particular. And it was not a call for help. It was really pulling them together to instruct them to get on with their job and to look at what challenges they had in executing, and therefore begin the process of working with the leadership in the constituency to overcome some of those challenges. Indeed, I can assure the member of Southwest St. Andrew that we'll be having a similar meeting soon, because in these communities where the challenges have been much more ingrained, long-standing social dysfunction, gangs are like third and fourth generation, and they are intertwined in the community. They need to break that cycle of violence. Not only crucial, but the method to do so has to be far more intense, and it's different from what we do in Mount Salem, which is a much younger community. And gangs are, as I said, first generation. So this is a community that has been subject to some deep-rooted and long-standing issues over time. And while the declaration of the community as a zone of special operation is not expected to be a quick fix, it presents a starting point and a foundation on which we can learn and seek to build. A review of the work of the intervention agencies involved in Denhamton also is underway, and the strategy moving forward is to expand these interventions into more challenging areas. But the lessons learned, we have been there for 3 years, will be transmitted into other areas, and we certainly will be having discussion with the members of Parliament in Southwest St. Andrew and in the Eastern St. Andrew, which covers the Greenwich Town area and the August Town areas, where we have had a much longer period of the kind of social dysfunction I alluded to. And we have to make adjustment in our approach to intervention in dealing with the families and the community members to ensure we can have behavior change. So far, there's a major reduction in all major crime spaces. In fact, there has been no murder in these years, in at least certainly in the Mount Salem area from the 1st of July until then. During the whole phase, the strategy is to create an environment in which, let me see if I skipped. Sorry, I skipped a little bit there. The Greenwich Town and August Town zone will see the continuation of the whole phase, with the security forces maintaining an effective presence, with an equal focus on the rollout of some activities on the build phase, which is to begin. And I would maybe, I further point out that that phase begins almost at this point in time. The level of activity, of course, depends on the budget, but we will start the program. In fact, the reason we're still confined to 4 in terms of the entire program is that we don't want to dilute the impact of the program in any area. But we are reviewing the legislation, and I'll comment on that later. We'll have to look at how we can extend, the security.
Question before the House is that the minister's time for speaking be extended to allow him to complete the orders. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
May I thank my colleagues for the time. I won't take too long. But so far, there is a major reduction in all major crime in the 2 areas, and both Greenwich Town and August Town. Of course, Greenwich Town is part of South St. Andrew and Southwest St. Andrew. Would I take it out of here? And there is still challenges around it, but in the particular area, we have had significant improvement since the declaration from the 1st of July. During the whole phase, the strategy is to create an environment in which the state's presence can be effectively reestablished, thereby reducing the opportunity and capacity for criminals to commit crime. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Social Intervention Committee has completed a comprehensive development roadmap for both communities and will be actively engaging and developing intervention to respond to the community needs. I pause here to point out that the Citizen Security Plan, the Secretariat for the Citizen Security Plan has now been established and is functional. The former Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security heads the Secretariat with a team of workers designed to not only monitor the work during the time of development, but also begin to lay down empirical baselines. So before we just proceed to work and hope for the best and have various things, we intend to establish some strong social baselines, social demographic baselines that we can measure the impact of the work we have. You know, the tradition, as been said by many researchers, Madam Speaker, is that we intervene with some literally do-good ideas, but don't lay down any empirical basis for, from which we are working from and monitoring as we go along. Without taking too much of your time, let me give an example of what I'm referring to, Madam Speaker, to the members of the House. In Southwest St. Andrew, went in recently and started some of that baseline work. And we identified that in that community, 40%, or only 40% of the kids below 5 had vaccination. Now, this is a country that's taking pride in itself that basic vaccination, that's DPT, diphtheria, as is well known, BCG, is almost universal. In fact, this is why we have avoided these diseases over time. And in this community is a signal of the failure to provide quality care to those families. And it is these families that you begin to see the problem in, because they are the ones who have nutritional problems. And we identify that as well. Unemployment, and eventually the young males divert into gangs, and the young women are lost in the system and become single mothers at an early stage. So we are identifying on a statistical basis the problem. So we can begin to measure the progress of work. So I'd expect after a year of operation, we can say that we have 100% vaccination. We begin to look at the educational standards, that the kids at grade 4 are functionally literate and numerate and so forth. And the idea of pulling this high-level team of social intervention on the Ministry of National Security recently was to ensure that those agencies begin to do the work, ensure the schools are properly resourced, and the public health, the clinics, and of course working with the social worker, identify the families to ensure they can be involved or they can at least get the benefit of the government's social safety net. Not big, not very strong, but can be very, very useful. In one zone, where in a section of Denham Town, we have been for 3 years. In adapting to the new direction, the survey identified 653 families who need to be on part but are not on part. It tells us that we're just not coordinating our activities and having the impact we should. And this is what we're trying to correct. We will certainly correct them in the zones of special operations, but as we go forward with the new secretariat, we are looking at all the communities that are identified within the as socially challenged communities. Remember, we have identified just about 100 communities, of which some 20 to 22 are critical. And in those 20 zones where we have the majority of criminal activity and gang activity, the majority of our inmates in the prisons come from these areas. The schools are weak, the clinic is weak, and so we will be working still to begin some of the processing here, even if we cannot move in all the activities on the zones. We are getting support from international partners. I think come January, we'll have the first tranche of the European Union funding, in addition to what government will be putting in place. And therefore, we expect the ministries in the new budget to have line items relating to these communities as we go forward. Members will recall that the Parliament approved the convening of a joint select committee to review the zones of special operations, special security and community development measures. I wish to update the members of the House. The inaugural meeting of the joint select committees is scheduled for Thursday, December 10th, and I invite all the members to come. This is a critical piece of legislation and can be very productive in going forward to correct some of the social dysfunction in our communities. We look forward to the review based on our experience and observation of what has been happening in the areas affected. This will provide us with a unique opportunity to review how the strategy of the zones of special operations has worked to the benefit of our people and how we can improve on it moving forward so that ZOZOs will serve as a model that can be replicated across the island and in fact bring about the success in correcting some of our long-standing social problems. I take this opportunity to thank the men and women of the security forces for demonstrating through the conduct of the zones of special operations and through the operations on the state of emergency that they understand the context and extent of the additional powers they have. They have executed their duties in a commendable way, and we are being meticulous and accountable, and they are being meticulous and accountable in how they operate. Indeed, it is a testament to their effectiveness that despite of 3 years in zones and intermittently nearly 2 years in state of emergency in different parts of the island, there have been very little complaint as to physical abuse by the police force themselves. We have had challenges in relation to detention, and we will look at the legislation and see how we can proceed. But it is to the credit of the Jamaica Defense Force and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. There has been extremely few serious complaints of any physical abuse in these areas. As we approach the festive season, I encourage everyone to abide by the disaster risk management protocols, work with the police and the public health officers, keep safe, and take a strong stance against crime. Let us be our brother's keeper. If you see anything or know anything that can be of help to the police, contact 119 or Crime Stop. I want to thank members for this and thank you for your time given, and I now invite any contribution they wish before.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter before us this afternoon, the resolutions for all of these zones of special operation, is not a controversial one with the opposition, but it is indeed a deadly one. The truth is, Madam Speaker, we have gone through many rounds of these exercises of extensions. The first zones of special operation was in 2017. 3 years. First started in Mount Salem, then in Denham Town, and we had subsequent ones in August Town, Greenwich Town. The opposition supported the zones of special operation legislation from the outset. In fact, we contributed vigorously to the legislation and were able to get a number of amendments to make it better. We never felt it was a perfect piece of legislation in the sense that it would solve the problem, but it was a step by the government then to deal with the challenge of crime and violence in the country, and in particular murders and shootings. The sad truth, Madam Speaker, is that we are in a bad situation now, notwithstanding 3 years of zones of special operations, notwithstanding 2.5 years of SOEs. We are in a bad situation. And as I've said on a couple of occasions, that statement is not an emotional one or a mere opinion. It's a statement of fact that we all, if we're honest, must accept, grapple with, and seek to deal with. But before I go further, Madam Speaker, I want to once again make an appeal to the government through the Minister of National Security. You cannot ask for cooperation from opposition, stakeholders, and the public at large when you are not prepared to be open and to be frank with the information relating to crime and violence in our country. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? Sometime earlier this year, around June, the government provided weekly statistics on the crime situation in Jamaica. Murders, shootings, rapes, break-ins, etc. Ammunition seized, guns seized, and a breakdown across police divisions in the country. It provided some amount of information to allow us to have an appreciation for what is happening. The government unilaterally, unceremoniously, in the midst of the rise in crime, or the government's failure to cauterize the crime rate and the crime level in the country, decide that the public should not know these things, and only few people should know. And the opposition was excluded. Other stakeholders were excluded. And so what you get on a weekly basis, at least the opposition gets, is a diluted version of the data that tells you very little of the crime situation in the country. Minister, if you want cooperation, why not just the opposition, but stakeholders and all well-thinking Jamaicans? We have to be frank. From the data, that vastly reduced data that is now available, where we are up to the 5th, Saturday night, 12 midnight, we had 1,222 murders in the country. It's down by 22 from last year, the same time, when it was 1,249. But let me hasten to remind the House that I have brought to the attention of the House that in June of this year, in those weekly data, is the murders unaccounted for, something like that. At the last time, it was 65, and it just disappeared from the data. It usually averages on a weekly basis somewhere between 45 and 65. It just disappeared, and the government refused to tell us what that number is. So even when you look at the official stats that is provided, it has to be taken with a grain of salt because of the absence of other piece of information to give you any true picture of what happens. So, Madam Speaker, we are in a bad situation. When you look at the Kingston metropolitan area, I gave you an idea of the bad situation we are in nationally. In the Kingston metropolitan area, well, Kingston and St. Andrew, exclude St. Catherine, there was a reduction of there's a reduction by 1.4%. Last year, this time, it was 483, and this year it is 490. In fact, an increase of 1.4, pardon me, an increase over the same period last year. In that Kingston, in the corporate area, the highest level of murders rate of increase is in the West Kingston division, 56% up to Sunday. That's alarming. That's alarming. And as I stress how alarming it is, Madam Speaker, I want to remind us in this House, when we speak of these, when we provide this data of number of persons murdered and number of persons shot, these numbers are not abstract figures. They actually represent lives of Jamaicans. And you know what, Madam Speaker? It is not just the family members and close friends of those deceased from the murders who are affected, but the entire society is affected. Because more and more these activities become closer to more Jamaicans. And worst of all, there is a factor which I would like the social scientists to address their minds to, is that fear factor. Fear factor. Because the fear factor in our society undermines the quality of life of Jamaicans. And you know what, Madam Speaker, after all is said and done, what any government's responsibility is how do you improve the quality of life of our people? And that quality of life is not measured by just the prosperity we have, by the size of our bank account or where we live, the car we drive, or the quality house we live in. It is how comfortable and how safe you are in the high-income areas as it is in the rural areas and the inner cities across the country. All of us, regardless of our status in life, we have one common desire: to be happy, and that happiness requires a high level of safety, high level of feeling of security. That's what really determines true prosperity and true success. So when the fear level keeps rising because of these numbers of murders and shootings and break-ins, closer and closer to each and every one of us, and people who we know, friends, families, on this side of the aisle and that side of the aisle, it's the undermining of the quality of life of our Jamaican people, of all of us. That's what these numbers really speak to or indicate, Madam Speaker. That's why it is imperative, it is urgent that this continuing high level of murders and shootings and break-ins be cauterized. I heard the Minister of National Security, my good friend, made a passionate appeal for Jamaicans who can help the government to deal with the crime problem to come forward. I heard my friend from West Central, St. James, the Attorney General, inviting suggestions. You know, when I heard those remarks, I said, finally, there's a recognition that this problem requires all of Jamaica. It's a problem that cannot be solved by the government alone, not by the opposition, but the government must provide the leadership to solve the problem. That's the role of the government. No one expects and think that the government by itself can do it. That's one of the reasons why the opposition launched a campaign to get the stakeholder agreement in place. And I'm pleased that we were able to achieve that. And the secretariat, the infrastructure to go forward is in place, that we can mobilize all of Jamaica around solving the problem of crime. Minister, we on this side have been continuously calling for more zones of special operations. In fact, we have been disappointed and continue to be disappointed that there's not more zones of special operations throughout the country. Since the ending of the states of emergency, I believe the opportunity is now to expand the states of special operations in other communities, because you free up a lot of the security personnel now that were pinned down at static points throughout the country, while the criminals were running up and down all over the place, intimidating people. So, Minister, I want to sit down with the Commissioner of Police, in particular. The buck stops with the government, Minister. You must ensure that they come up with a mechanism for the expansion or a means of expansion of the zones of special operation, that we can give more police and security personnel presence in more communities that can give our people a greater sense of security. So that is a plea coming from this side for the government. We have oftentimes said, we recognize that there are two critical elements to the zones of special operation. It's the social intervention and the security. The government has oftentimes said its capacity to expand on the security side is what limits its ability to go in other areas. But I don't really too buy that, because the government was busy in SOEs for many years, for a few years. Then the other part of it is the social intervention. You know, Madam Speaker, if we don't make the requisite investment on the social side, we are going to continue to have the problem we are having, as we have been having. When I look at the reports tabled, Madam Speaker, about the intervention activities in the two areas, in Greenwich Town and in August Town, to be honest, Madam Speaker, it was depressing, to say the least, and it was most appalling. And I'm just going to cite two examples to make my point. In the case of Greenwich Town, if you look at the report on page 3, tabled here, and Minister, I would like these reports to come before these debates so we can get the data on the matter to assess them for ourselves, make the necessary consultation that the opposition would like to make in these subjects before we come here. We see these reports only when the debate is about to take place. In the case of Greenwich Town, the profile of Greenwich Town, the data that is used for Greenwich Town to assess what is to be done, is 11 years old. 2009 community profile. I would expect that if you have a crime-ridden community like that, that causes you to intervene socially, one of the first things you want to do is to update the profile of the community. So you know through data what the community is like, so you can better design a problem, a solution for that problem. So yes, Minister, I agree with you. You can't use a one-size-fits-all approach, because every community has their own peculiarities that any intervention must be tailor-made around. But I'd expect that the first thing that you do, the SDC is part of the social intervention regime in these communities. They were the ones who did those community profiles. But that is dated. It's old. It's antiquated. It's almost of no value. as a means of designing social policy, a social intervention program. And it shows the inadequacy, and I dare to say, Madam Speaker, I'm thinking and I don't want to believe it. But what I'm seeing is driving me in that direction. The level of commitment to really tackle the root problem of the problems in these communities. You have to have the data. We have to have the data. The Minister of Local Government and Community Development knows that. In fact, the SDC profiles, it was done in my constituency too. In fact, all the constituencies throughout the communities throughout the country. It is an imperative for social intervention. So when my friend making his grumbling, as he's doing now, Lord Jesus, you're going back to then. Desmond, the better.
Anyhow,
I need some cover from your chair, Speaker.
Members, the evening is far spent and there's much more to go.
Yes, thank you.
Just to remind you, member.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I have been very gracious. You have exceeded your half an hour, so I suspect you are wrapping up now.
I'm about to close, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much.
So, Madam Speaker, as I said at the outset, this matter of the resolution is not a controversial one. In fact, if we have the power, we'd want to amend to say institute some more ZOZOs by year end, especially like how we are going into the holiday season. We would welcome that. So I want to close by inviting you, Minister, now that the SOEs are off, and they hope they remain off. I see that you did not appeal the judgment in the court's ruling recently. Thank you for that. Right? Good sense seems to be prevailing. But now that we have freed up the security forces to a great extent, let us look at expanding the SOEs in more communities. Let us pursue some serious social intervention programs that not only give you good results now, Minister, but throughout the medium to long term. A better Jamaica is not just about what we do for now, but what we do in the medium to long term. So the opposition fully supports the resolution before us for the resolutions before us for the extensions in all of the areas that are now declared. And so I invite my fellow colleagues to give support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As indicated, Madam Speaker, the evening is far spent, but I think I have obligated to respond to a couple of comments from my friend. I begin at the very end. Just indicate that the reference to Greenwich Town and August Town.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to know if the Minister was closing, as I really had wanted to make a very brief comments or questions. Yes? Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I think there was a previous discussion on ZOZOs when I spoke about adverse childhood events. And just listening to the Minister earlier, I am reminded, Minister, that I'm not sure if we are doing enough to identify the kinds of adverse childhood events and their negative impact on our children, in particular in these areas that have been identified for ZOZO. I think, for example, of the current pandemic in which we are, what is happening in our preschools, the fact that children at that age learn through socialization and through play, the fact that they are at greater risk, Minister, of abuse in their homes. And I'm wondering if we are losing an opportunity at the same time that we're doing what we're doing to actually deal with adverse childhood events, which research has shown actually can change negatively how people think, how they see themselves, risky behavior, and being involved themselves in perpetuating the cycle. I raise it because I agree with a lot of what has been said, and I know at the same time what has been done. But I would also like to see a kind of joined-up approach between the Ministry of Education, for example, and the Ministry of National Security in terms of how we ensure that we understand how we can pull our children at that age back and do some work with them, given the pandemic, as we look at the ZOZO and those other activities that should be there. I must say, Minister, I'm not sure, you may be aware that I noted the dated data because we had a discussion not so long ago with SDC about not just community profile now, but the constituency profile. And some of the information that they were giving was really very dated. I believe, too, that we also need to go back to the Ministry of Local Government, I think it is, to SDC. I know that they do a lot of the community profiles, but I do believe that it would also be helpful to members of Parliament if we were, in fact, to do constituency profiles and aggregation of the community profiles so that the data, as it relates to the constituency, can be more widely shared, understood, and used in planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. As I said, I will make some brief comments and then ask the approval of the resolution, which I thank the member for indicating they're supporting. But some comments have been made. One, let me just correct a number of things. The data, this is the first renewal for Greenwich Farm, Greenwich Town and August Town. It's a 60-day limit. Most of the work done to date in the first 60 days in these operations are largely security, clearing, attempt to get on top of the security. So I would not see a significant amount of capital being spent yet, because whatever we do, we expect to do not in a just an overnight manner. It has to be planned and it has to be impactful. In terms of the data, yes, that data is old, but the data I indicated to you quite clearly in the presentation that we are in fact putting together strong baseline data, and it's the first time that's being attempted in a lot of these social intervention programs. And all governments have attempted, despite of the call, have invested in these communities over the last 30 years. And it has not had impact. And I said this, of course, I was criticized pretty heavily, but in fact the research by Capri, which is maybe an authoritative research think tank in Jamaica, indicated clearly that it's a major problem with social intervention. They don't operate on an evidence-based system that allows for monitoring and define outcomes. We stated as policy under ZOSO and in fact in the entire operation. The first time been said so, and we're doing the database gathering because when I drew one example, the vaccination data referred to is very current. It was done the last few weeks in Greenwich area. That showed that the children are not getting adequate child care in terms of health care in the area, and we are working with the ministry to correct that problem. In fact, the meeting I referred to on West Kingston, the Minister of Local Government, who is the MP, was there not only as MP, but as Minister of Local Government, had all the agencies present, education, health, Ministry of Labour and Social Security with the relevant Social Security sector. In fact, education was invited, there was a challenge and they could not attend, but they are involved, intimately involved in what we're doing. On this occasion, we're ensuring that the interventions, Madam Speaker, are intertwined in the services delivered to these communities. We are not going to veer to decide to put in, again, specific projects which tend to create a big momentum and they create great photograph and photo opportunities for booklets and research and good things being done, but very little in the community. And you know, it is the history of the program. So a lot of these programs come on, more than half the funding in capital goes back to consultants and other individuals outside of the community. And when there are projects, they pay individuals parallel to the workers in the community. So the social worker working beside the STC officer getting the data is getting twice what they get for salary and have a budget, and they don't get any. We have changed that. And it will work. I'm confident it will work. I said Mount Salem worked very well because it's a small new community. We are evaluating the West Kingston, and we said the whole team was there to demonstrate whole of government involvement. And I want to assure the member from Representative Greenwich here, we'll be doing the same thing there, because this issue of criminal violence is not something that can be seen in a narrow way. It's a national issue. It faces us as a country, and as Jamaica, we have to overcome it, and we're going to deal with it. And the government is deeply committed to it. Social intervention is not something we just talk about. Every government has been involved in social intervention. Much more money was spent in social intervention than put in the police over the last 20 years. It's a fact that we just look at the program. The CSJP was $15 billion, and name others that worked along with them. If that amount of money was put in the police in the time, we may not have had some of the problems we have. But as I say, it's not something that can be dealt with in a single, in any one way. It has to be a multi-task, multidisciplinary approach to the entire problem. In terms of the data which the minister asked about, from the member from St. Catherine asked from time to time, the data is still on the police web page on an ongoing basis, on a daily basis. Anyone is free to look at it, and in addition to giving any official transcript, the same data we give out. In terms of the removal of the unaccounted or unexplained debt, they are not removed from the statistics, Madam Speaker. What is happening is that when you find unaccounted, you put them among the murder scene, and then you have to change it. And it's usually, it's not 45 monthly basis, maybe 1 a week, sometimes less than that. But it does impact on the statistics. But when the cause of death is identified, they are introduced. So some are murders, some are sudden deaths from other reasons, and they are introduced. So you will see, for example, when the as spokesman and security will receive the police reports, in the night you see 4 or 5 homicides for shooting, and then by the weekend it goes up to 6, because somebody who was identified 2 days before as unaccounted for become part of homicide, or they might be taken off. So it's a matter of accuracy. They are still included in the total data for the end of the month, or as the required post-mortem is done, they are brought, forensic is done, they are brought, and whatever the cause is. Nothing is removed, and it can be examined very clearly by anyone who wants to. We put it on the web page. In terms of the numbers, I could be happy with the numbers. I want to see more sustained reduction, and I know the officer working. But in terms of the special operations, SOEs don't absorb that large amount. In fact, the ZOSs absorb more personnel than the SOEs. Because of the understanding the way they are operated, and that's informed operationally by the chiefs of the defense operation. And right now, the chiefs with the 2 zones, the 4 zones, and the general requirements across the country is stretched thin. It's on that basis the government had embarked on a major recruitment program. Because see, we can make demands all the time, do X, Y, Z. But to do X, Y, Z requires commitments to other things. In other words, I need to get to Spanish Town. But if I don't have a motor vehicle, anyway, it take me a couple of days to walk out there. That's just the reality. And if I'm riding a horse, it's going to take a little bit faster. It's going to take me a long time still. And if I ride a bicycle, it's less time if I have a motor vehicle driving. So you can't tell me to get to Spanish Town at a time, even if there's no traffic, in half an hour. And then when I don't get there, you look at me and say, well, you're not doing anything, and you don't want to go. You don't have that commitment. It's easy to say in Parliament, just to debate like that in Parliament, but it's almost irresponsible to do so. And the fact is that my colleagues were aware of the condition of the police force. In fact, very sensitive to it. The government has undertaken to not only build out infrastructure and give the police improve mobility and communication, which is working. That's why we could get down to Ali and apprehend a man in 4 hours. From reduced crime in an area where the SOE has matured in St. James, downtown Montego Bay is almost virtually nil. They had like a spike around Montego Bay recently, because we have given them mobility, communication. The quick response team apprehend almost every killer since August downtown Montego Bay. If you have happened within hours. And we intend to expand that across the island. But in terms of statistics, which we're going to debate, is not great, but the fact is that when we had SO in the first year, it had a major impact, reduced homicide by 22%. You're not going to get big drops like that afterwards because of the nature of crime in Jamaica. It's the anti-gang activity. Everybody knows gang and gang war, how they operate. And as I hinted at in my own presentation earlier, in opening, and I have to repeat, when there is a strategy that evolved in Latin America and was adopted by us at one stage, which targets what police thought kingpins, crime kingpins, whether they are drug barons or extortion, just criminal kingpins. It doesn't work. It makes good news line because you hear some big gun get shot or and killed, and they usually kill and you get charged of extrajudicial activity. In fact, when they're arrested, it's less exciting, and in fact, successes by the police in normal policing tends to be ignored. You know, the event of murder is newsworthy. The event of arresting 36 gangsters really don't make much. It's not a catchy operation, but that's how we operate in good policing. But to go back to the issue of the numbers, when you take out the kingpins, it is well established by all research and reviews that subsequent to their removal, especially if it's by shooting, there's an increase in incident of violence afterwards because the gangs tend to splinter, as is happening in Spanish Town right now. The big gang out there is in about 3 groups because one of the leaders has got 38 years in jail, the other one is awaiting trial, and there's inter-gang warfare between the various leaders who want to become number one now. That's a fact of what's happening. And the police keep taking out the second line, and the third line is fighting even more aggressively to see who can rise to demonstrate a certain level of toughness and strength to lead a very difficult gang. And we're going to disrupt them. I have no doubt that they'll be totally disrupted. But as we succeed, you get more of that. And it is not only in Spanish Town it's happening elsewhere in Jamaica. Because you take off the leaders, there's less guidance, and especially with so many guns out there, which is happening. You know, it will continue to happen until we can take off more of them off the street legally. And we are proceeding. I said, only in the last 2 weeks, we took up 36 out of Savamar. Those who are paying attention is a major catch of big criminals, and we have enough evidence to put them away, and they'll be in jail for some time. And we could quote many others like that. So in 2017, you get 2018, you get a 22% drop. 2019 wasn't that good, it went up 3%. We are down 2% now. It's not a number we'll shout about, but the police is at work. We are continuing the recruitment. The recruitment drive, Madam Speaker, took a little dip because of COVID. We have to put everybody in quarantine before, so the school we bought to expand training, we had to put them in use as a quarantine center. But both the Army and the police are expanding to meet it. The review of the police force revealed that we should really have, in addition to all the force multiplier activities we are doing in communication, in cyber, in mobility, and new formation structures, we need about 14,000 policemen to do adequate policing across the island. We have started the process of recruiting. We want a target of 1,500 per year to ensure we add 1,000 per year. This year we'll not do that number because of COVID, but we in fact have set up the infrastructure. We just don't train and put men on the road in uniform and call it policing. They are properly trained and equipped to deal with the criminal activity, and we'll do 1,000 this year, and next year we'll retarget about 1,500 and have adequate manpower to deal with the challenge out there. So we understand, accept the issue, the challenges, we are dealing with it, and we can assure the country the road we are on is correct, and we will in fact get on top of the criminal violence out there in there. We will not, there's a battle we cannot afford to lose, and we will not lose. And we continue to say we seek the support of all citizens in carrying out what is a major operation to ensure there's public safety and order. Before I move for the rest, I make one other comment. We oftentimes, because of the nature, make some very broad social statements. And we need to spend more time as a country, not only in crime, examine things in detail, empirically, and intellectually to understand some of these long-standing problems. Because while I recognize that criminal activity in Jamaica is a major problem and a major deterrent to this level of social economic progress we require, it is not just often fear. In fact, homicide, while it is the single most denominator by which we are judged, is not the primary cause of fear. Acquisitive crime, which is at this time of the year problem. People will get robbed going home with their salaries and that kind of activity, is what causes fear. And while I'm not seeking to detract from it, there is a former leader, Prime Minister, is also speak of, I'm going to rock and say, of two Jamaicas, one above crossroad and one below, and theoretically and across country. The truth is, I am concerned as minister that the bulk of the crime takes place to one below crossroad. And the opinion leaders in the society debate the issue in a very dogmatic and shallow manner. The arguments that come do not look at solution and cause, And only recently one asked me, because if you were to take homicide as the big cause of the problem, which is, and we are spending all this money to deal with that. But if it was having the impact that my friend is referring to, the constituency I represent is from the town of Montego Bay. The homicide rate in St. James went up to 180 per 100,000 in 2017. I talked about it often, but nowhere else in the globe any decent society had that kind of homicide rate. We survived, and the economic growth rate in Montego Bay is higher than anywhere else in Jamaica. So it needs to be examined in a in-depth and empirical to see not only to deal with it, but what impact it's having on how we are going to deal with those, and what impact it's having on the communities versus the wider society. Because part of the problem we're having, why the debate remains a little bit shallow, is that the fear you allude to among the wider society is not there. They're busy getting on with their life, unfortunately. And if I am concerned, that's why the kind of program I'm putting for Get the Gun is as good as it appears, because I need to remind people what we have out there, right? And it does require very solid academic review and strong reviews to look at what is happening, and when we're dealing with it, how we're going to overcome it. Not only how we overcome it, but how we're going to reverse some of the trends out there. Because this kind of dichotomy between the activities and those who are being directly affected versus the rest of society is really a challenge that Jamaica will have to deal with in the long run. Okay, if we don't overcome that, in fact, the likelihood is the problem will continue even longer. Madam Speaker, there's an issue that could occupy us for a whole day in Parliament, debating reasonable and correctly so the issue of crime and the impact on what is needed to do it. But I will now move for the following motions to be approved by this House. The first being the law reform zones of special operation, other special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment, the parish of St. James, extension period of operation, number 60, order 2020.
Minister, I'm going to ask you to do them one at a time,
yes, and
we'll approve them.
So I'm asking for approval for the zone of Mount Salem community.
Members, the question before the House is that the motion just read by the Minister be now approved. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Next, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures. The Town Community Zone extension period of operation number 6, order 2020 be extended for 60 days. Town.
Question before the House is that the motion moved in respect of Denham Town be now approved. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures. The Greenwich Town Zone extension of period of operation, order number 3, order 2020 be extended.
Members, the motion in respect of the Greenwich Town area orders be now approved by you. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Finally, Madam Speaker, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, August Town Zone Extension Period of Operation number 3, Order 2020, be extended for further 6
Members,
days, indicated by the Prime Minister.
the motion in respect of the August Town Zone, as read by the Minister, be now approved. Those in favour, those against, the ayes have it. All four orders have been approved, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I thank my colleagues for the support. And since I will speak next week, let's say I hope we'll have a safe and both from the pandemic and the crime season and a satisfactory season. Thank you very much. Yes.
Minister Chuck.
Madam Speaker, there are two bills, short bills, that I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of both bills. And both bills, Madam Speaker, are the Evidence Amendment Act 2020 and the Dangerous Drugs Act Amendment 2020, and to take them through all their concluding stages.
Members, those in favour, those against, the ayes have it. Minister.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to present to the House of Representatives the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Bill 2020 and the Evidence Amendment Bill 2020. The amendments will enable drug samples and photographs of evidence to be received. Yes, Madam Speaker. That's what I had asked. Yes. To enable drug samples and photographs of evidence to be received as evidence of large exhibits in court proceedings. The bills seek to, 1, amend the Dangerous Drugs Act to A, provide for the secure storage of drugs seized under the Act, B, allow for drugs seized to be destroyed, and C, in any case where such drugs are required as evidence for 1, samples and images of the drugs to be taken before the drugs are destroyed, and 2, for those samples and images to be received in evidence and have the same probative force as the drugs would have if proved in the ordinary way.
We're not going to.
2, amend the Evidence Act to provide that in any case where a thing is seized as evidence, A, a sample or image of the thing may be taken by or under the direction of a constable, and B, for the sample or image to be so taken, be received in evidence and have the same probative force as the thing would have if proved in the ordinary way. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet in 2016 reviewed a submission to give effect to the above-mentioned amendments. I did point out to the Leader of the Opposition that he started this matter in 2015. Upon Cabinet's approval, the bills were drafted by the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel and submitted to the Legislation Committee for review. The committee approved the bills for submission to the Houses of Parliament. Madam Speaker, the amendments seek to give better legal effect to and improve upon 1996 guidelines termed practice directions issued by the then Director of Public Prosecutions in relation to the handling of large drug evidence. These practice directions, Madam Speaker, have been adopted by the Jamaica Constabulary Force and included in their force orders. They speak to the manner in which the investigating officer should deal with the seizure of any drug to which the Dangerous Drugs Act applies. The underlying principle of the practice directions, Madam Speaker, is that where drugs are seized in a criminal matter, the drugs are to be kept in proper custody and produced for trial. Where the drugs seized consists of packages, it is sufficient for evidentiary purposes for all packages to be photographed and samples taken for each by the government analyst and a representative sample from each package kept for evidentiary purposes. Madam Speaker, in cases where drugs are seized without any warrant being made or where the likelihood of an arrest seems remote, the evidence is to be preserved, samples are to be taken by the government analyst, and the seizure photographed. Only in these instances would the drugs be destroyed thereafter. Madam Speaker, the practice directions require that immediately following an acquittal, conviction, or an appeal against conviction, it is at that time that the remaining portion of the drugs are to be destroyed. In the interim, Madam Speaker, the investigating officer has a duty to ensure the safe custody of the drugs. Under the practice directions, Madam Speaker, once an arrest has been made, the police are required to secure and retain the full seizure for trial. This is where the issue arises, as this requirement has given rise to serious concerns regarding the adequate storage and security of these drugs while in custody. There is the risk, Madam Speaker, that the drugs may end up back in the illicit drug trade, or that the evidence becomes compromised in a manner that impairs the chances of securing a conviction. Madam Speaker, it is on this basis that the United Nations Convention Against the Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances 1998 recommended that parties enact domestic legislation to allow for early destruction or lawful disposal of such substances that have been seized or confiscated, and for the admissibility of duly certified quantities of such substances. Madam Speaker, if you are serious about improving our justice system, we must seize every opportunity to make the changes necessary to contribute to the desired improvements. The amendments before us, Madam Speaker, will therefore bring greater integrity and scrutiny to the process, including clarification of the chain of custody. Madam Speaker, in 2003, the Attorney General's Chambers recommended that the 1996 practice directions should be in the form of legislation, that they be codified rather than a DPP guideline, as while they were practical and appropriate, they did not have the force of law. The Attorney General's Chambers also noted that the practice directions were mere guidelines for the police and the prosecution and could not guarantee acceptance by the defense. The amendments, therefore, Madam Speaker, will expand the 1996 practice directions and codify them into law. They will allow for the court to order the destruction of seized drugs generally, provided that the appropriate samples of the drugs have been taken safely and are adequately secured. The amendments will also allow for samples of drugs to be admitted into evidence, as well as photographs, videotapes, compact disc, laboratory analysis certificates, or such other means which can be used to verify and document the identity and quantity of the drugs and substances seized by the police. All of these will be deemed admissible in court proceedings as if the total quantity seized has been admitted in evidence. Madam Speaker, this is long in coming. It should have been done long ago. And the Leader of the Opposition and I have been in consultation. What we are doing today should have been done many years ago, and we hope that there should be no difficulty. So, Madam Speaker, I will now highlight the main features of both bills. Under the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2020, just Clause 2, this clause addresses the securing and disposing of drugs seized. It outlines the information that is to be recorded when drugs are seized and goes on to empower a constable above the rank of superintendent to authorize the destruction of drugs in specific circumstances. Madam Speaker, the clause describes the circumstances in which the court will authorize the destruction of drugs and provides what evidence is to be taken prior to such destruction. The clause provides the manner in which the recorded images and samples will be admissible in evidence in court. The clause also gives the minister regulation-making power in particular instances. I want to tell the Minister of National Security that he will be responsible for these regulations. Under the Evidence Amendment Act 2020, Madam Speaker, Clause 2, the clause inserts a new Section 50 that empowers a constable to seize anything used in the commission of an offence or anything that has been obtained by the commission of an offence. It allows a constable to take and retain a sample of the thing seized and/or an image of it. The clause goes on to provide that a sample or image taken of the thing shall, if accompanied by a certificate, be admissible in evidence in court. Madam Speaker, this bill is a companion measure to the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2020. Madam Speaker, this ends the clause-by-clause summary of the bills before you. I now commend these bills to the members of this House for approval.
Madam Speaker, I shall be very brief. As the Minister has indicated, this is something that I had intended to bring to Parliament from, I think, 2015. I was working on it, and I'm glad that now in 2020 it's finally arrived. I think it is an important piece of legislation, or two important pieces of companion legislation. The storage of these substances is problematic. Sometimes they are bulky, and sometimes they have a very high value, street value, and there's tremendous temptation and opportunity for mischief in those situations. Plus, the security arrangements around them are expensive to administer, and for a long time, both the security forces and the prosecutorial authorities have wanted to see these arrangements enacted. So it has the support of the opposition. I must confess I have not had time to go into the detailed provisions of the bills, but I trust that in the Senate, our spokesperson on justice will have that opportunity. And no doubt the Minister will consider carefully any proposed adjustments that may arise at that time. But the principle is certainly supported, and the intent is supported, and we would ask that the bills proceed accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I will be very brief, but just to express that the Ministry of National Security, on behalf of the police, welcome this bill. It has been long in coming. The gestation is nearly 5 years, a bit elephantine, but it's just short, but a very important piece of legislation. And just to give the idea of how the challenge we face, at the moment we have about 120,000 pounds of compressed high-grade ganja in storage. It's difficult to manage, and there's a significant quantity of cocaine of extremely high value. And they have to maintain, it is a very inefficient system, and in terms of dealing with evidence, because you're yourself are practicing the courts and understand even more than I may do, because the police have to take all that evidence to court and then unload it, have it reviewed, and they have to go 2 or 3 times. This is the height of inefficiency in the modern times. And, and the Prime Minister always said the inefficiency, there are 2 sides to the coin. On one side, inefficiency, and the other side is corruption. It is not, without imputing corruption to anyone, but it's not difficult to imagine that when 10 key of coke leaves Kingston to go to Savlamar, by the time it gets back here, it's a little bit salty, right? And the character changes. So beside the storage, there's this kind of challenge you have. In terms of difficulty, when they carry 2,000 pounds of compressed ganja to court, again, from as far away as the storage in the corporate area, the warehouse is up here, and a lot of the shipment take place over South Coast, and they go to court in Black River or Santa Cruz. You have the policemen unloading 100-pound bag of compressed ganja, take it into court, sometimes take into the courthouse, back into it. That kind of thing is just untidy, inefficient, and unbecoming of our system in today's world. Now, this piece of legislation, though I said short, simple, but very important, and the ministry and the police force welcome the activity. I think it is in good order. Leader of the opposition, member from South St. Andrew. We are aware you brought up some time ago. It took its time to get here, but we have made the amendment. It was done by this minister. We give him credit, and the police has made some suggestions which we think should satisfy all the requirements to make it a very efficient and able system that will improve on the administration of justice in Ireland. I'll certainly work with the police to look at the regulations required to ensure it works well. And I want to thank the Minister of Justice and all those who are associated with this particular piece of legislation. It certainly will contribute, as I said, to better and improved administration of justice in the island.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Leader of the Opposition and the Minister of National Security. I'd just like to indicate that, Madam Speaker, the bill has gone around to most of the different agencies, and to the Leader of the Opposition, it has been checked and rechecked by the Attorney General's chambers. Many comments have come forward. It has been adjusted quite a few times. And at the end of the day, many of the concerns we hope will be put in the regulation, because a lot of the concerns have to do with the details of how you take the samples, how you photograph the samples, chain of custody, and so on. So I would just like to indicate, Leader of the Opposition, that these have been taken into consideration and recognize that many of the concerns can be dealt with in the legislation. In the regulation. So with those comments, Madam Speaker, I ask for the bill to be read a second time. Both bills to be read a second time.
The question before the House is that both bills be read for a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Dangerous Drugs Act, read a second time. And a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Evidence Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider both bills clause by clause. We're going to start with the bill to amend the Dangerous Drugs Act. I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. I now put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I do report both bills. The bill to amend the Dangerous Drugs Act and the bill to
put the evidence on.
The bill to amend the Dangerous Drugs Act as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
No.
Members, we have to go back into committee stage as I omitted to put the Evidence Act. Thank you, Mr. Members, I now put clause 1 before the House. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the bill is passed at committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that both bills, the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act and the Evidence Amendment Act, be read a third time.
The question is that both bills be read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Dangerous Drugs Act, read a third time and passed. and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Evidence Act, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment No. 2 Act, to take it through all its stages.
For the House is that there's suspension of the standing orders to allow the minister to take the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Act, read a first time. No? And to take the act through all its stages. Where is it? This one? This one? This one?
Madam Speaker, I stand before this Honourable House today to commence the debate on the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment No. 2 Act of 2020, an important law to allow for automatic adjustments that are to be made to the fiscal balance when the requirements to achieve the fiscal targets are suspended in keeping with the fiscal responsibility framework. Madam Speaker, before conducting the clause-by-clause examination of the bill, I feel it is important to remind this Honourable House that the fiscal responsibility framework was enacted first in February 2010 through amendments to the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Acts, and they were further amended in 2014, as I will. Madam Speaker, these amendments establishing binding fiscal rules aimed at enhancing fiscal discipline and facilitating marked improvements in public financial management. However, these rules were amended in 2014 with the setting of a debt to GDP target or ceiling of 60% for the specified public sector by March 31st, 2026, and the requirement for a fiscal balance consistent with this target to be attained and maintained each year. Madam Speaker, the new Section 48CA of the FAA Act introduced automatic adjustments which detailed how any deviation in the fiscal balance that caused a negative balance ought to be recorded in the notional account and how it ought to be treated. This Honourable House may recall that earlier this year we approved the suspension of the fiscal rules for financial year 2020-21 following amendments to the FAA Act, which expanded on the circumstances that could trigger a suspension of the fiscal rules, including, among other things, a periodic disaster within meaning of Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica, or an order published under Section 26 of the Disaster Risk Management Act, declaring the whole or any part of Jamaica to be a disaster area or a threatened area, or made under Section 16 of the Public Health Act. Madam Speaker, it is also important that this Honourable House notes that as a result, or recalls that as a result to the disruption to the economic activity, the real GDP for 2021 was lowered to 5.1, a contraction of 5.1%, which was again lowered to a contraction of 7.9, even though we believe that the contraction will be closer to 10%. 7.9 was with the second supplementary. The unprecedented fiscal burden imposed by the pandemic derailed the trajectory to achieve a debt-to-GDP ratio by 60% by the initially legislated time of 25-26. And a new timeline for 27-28 was approved by this House as well as the Senate. Madam Speaker, the required fiscal response in fiscal year 2021 to address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic generated a deviation in the central government fiscal balance of 4.1% of GDP. We are originally targeted in a surplus of the specified public sector of about 0.6% of GDP, but instead we'll have a deficit of 3.5% of GDP. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that this would be much, much worse, as indeed it is in other countries, if it weren't for the fact that we started the fiscal year with a substantial reserve of cash in the government coffers, representing about 3% of GDP. The automatic correction mechanism requires adjustment measures in the coming fiscal year of at least 1.5% of GDP in conformity with Section 48CA 1B of the Act, and further adjustment measures of 2.6% of GDP to be applied in the ensuing year. These adjustments would require fiscal balance and primary balance of 0.7% and 6.3% of GDP for the upcoming fiscal year, and a primary balance of 8.7% of GDP in the following fiscal year. Madam Speaker, this is the first occasion in which the legislated recovery mechanism is being utilized, and it's really a pity but unavoidable that it's been utilized in a year where we have a 1 in 100 year event that has caused such a massive deviation in 1 year. The law speaks to cumulative deviation. When the cumulative deviation passes 3 points, it was never envisioned that you'd have 1 year in which the deviation is 4.1% of GDP, which is, 80-odd billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, given the required level in the law today, we believe it would be counterproductive to go ahead as the law is written. And it is for this reason, Madam Speaker, and it's against this background that these amendments are being considered to the FAA Act at this time. The amendments will facilitate the pursuit of an adjustment path that's consistent with achieving the 60% target in 27-28 alongside gradual economic recovery. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments seek to lengthen the time period allotted for recovery as well as to reduce the minimum required adjustments in any 1 year. I should point out, Madam Speaker, that just today Standard & Poor's released their update on Jamaica, where they are maintaining the credit rating of Jamaica's long-term bonds at B+, which is by way of reminder, Madam Speaker, Standard & Poor's rated Jamaica's long-term bonds at B+ earlier this year or late last year, and that was the highest rating that Jamaica has received from Standard & Poor's in 20 years. It is significant, Madam Speaker, that in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of a projected 10% contraction in GDP, that Standard & Poor's has saw it fit to maintain and affirm Jamaica's credit rating at B+. And that is due to the fact that we've managed to preserve economic stability and policy and fiscal credibility into the future. No doubt risks exist. We have to ensure that the growth that we expect for next year is materialized, but it is very good news that they today released a report affirming Jamaica's credit rating at B+. Madam Speaker, I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the bill. Clause 1, Madam Speaker, addresses preliminary issues of the bill. It sets out the short title, Construction and Commencement of the Act, which is cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment No. 2 Act 2020 and must be read and construed as one with the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Clause 2 amends Section 48CA 1 small a, which addresses the adjustments to be made regarding the cumulative deviations recorded in the notional account to range from 1.5% of GDP but less than 3% of GDP, instead of the current cumulative deviation recorded in the notional account to range from 1.5% to less than 3.5% of GDP. Clause 2 also amends Sections 48CA 1B for the cumulative deviations recorded in the notional account to exceed 3% of GDP. Section 48CA 1B2 is to be amended to allow for an upward adjustment of the fiscal balance of at least 1%. It was previously 1.5%. This clause further amends Section 48CA1F and provides that the cumulative deviations in paragraph A and B of the FAA Principal Act to be corrected for over 3 financial years and over 4 financial years, respectively. Madam Speaker, Clause 2 also provides an amendment to Section 48CA2, which indicates that there shall be a recalibration to occur at the end of the period of correction as stipulated under Section 48CA1F and in compliance with Section 48C1A and B, which may be suspended in accordance with 48C2. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and provides an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons speaks to the fiscal response required to address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the fiscal balance of the central government. And in the Objects and Reasons, it speaks to 3.7% of the GDP. And the reason for that is that we're dealing with, that's the central government. And in the fiscal policy paper, which was printed prior to the tabling of the second supplementary, that's the figure that was there. By the time the second supplementary was tabled, you'll recall we lowered the fiscal deficit from 3.1% of GDP to 3.5. So the fiscal deviation is 4.1% of GDP. The Memorandum of Objects referred to what was in the fiscal policy paper. Right? It outlines, but I just prefer to use the most up-to-date figures. It outlines that the automatic correction mechanism under Section 48CA1B of the FAA Act is required to adjust the measures in the fiscal year 21-22 to at least 1.5% of GDP and a further adjustment measure of, it says 2.2% of GDP in the fiscal year 22-23 for reasons I mentioned earlier. Madam Speaker, in concluding, as was aforementioned, the amendments we seek are to facilitate, on one hand, the pursuit of an adjustment path that's consistent with 60% target, and on the other hand, to support gradual economic recovery. The passing of this bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment No. 2 Act 2020 is critical, Madam Speaker, to lengthen the time period for recovery and to reducing the minimum required adjustment. However, the adjustment required will still be quite challenging. Madam Speaker, before closing, I'll just say that the intention is never to come to amend the FAA Act at any point that things seem difficult. That's not the intention. This year, however, Madam Speaker, is not any year with any ordinary difficulty. This is the year of a 1-in-100-year pandemic with the worst economic decline in Jamaica's entire history, and in the context of a global economic decline of historic proportions not seen for at least 90 years. That's the context in which we are seeking this amendment, and the spirit of it is that it's an amendment that we would want to have the support of the opposition on, because this bill, or this fiscal responsibility law, is more important than any side. It is a law that protects and underpins the security of Jamaica's fiscal accounts for all Jamaicans. So the primary balance in the first 2 years would be, so all it would, we're just changing the minimum to be 1%. The minimum was 1.5, so it's a small adjustment. The fiscal balances would be 720.
Madam Speaker, the time being 7:20, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the House to sit beyond 7:30 to continue the business of the day.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the House to sit beyond 7:30 to conclude the business of the House. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, go ahead.
So, there's a proviso I'll give before I give that. The reason why I only gave the first two is that they, depends on what the variables are at that time. So I don't want you to, but from today, the prior path would have been 6.3, 8.7, 6.4, 6.2. and this path is 5.8, 7.1, 6.9, 6.2. In those outer years, however, especially in those last 2 years, it can change. But that's what the path. Those are the primary balance. That's what it. Huh? Oh, I don't have the fiscal balances in me here. But the fiscal balance, they're going to be more. They're going to be surpluses at that level, small surpluses, right? But I wouldn't hold too fast to the outer two because your visibility is less. So, Madam Speaker, I now seek the support of the members of this Honourable House in passing this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, this is actually a very important piece of legislation. We're taking it at 7:20 or thereabouts in the evening, and it's deceptively short. It's a bill of 2 clauses, the first of which is just the name of the bill. However, it goes to the heart of the fiscal arrangements of the country and the regime that was enacted in order to ensure that Jamaica's fiscal sustainability would be protected and would be assured in the years to come. And the fiscal rules are the heart of that protection mechanism. And because of the extraordinary events of 2020, this is the second time we are amending those rules within one legislative year, essentially. The first of those amendments earlier in 2020 expanded the circumstances in which this fiscal rule could be suspended to include health crises, essentially, and also deferred by 2 years the target date for the public debt to be reduced to 60% of GDP. Up until that amendment, it was March 31, 2026 was the deadline or the target, and that was deferred by 2 years to March 31, 2028. And there's an algorithm in the schedule to the FAA which expresses how you calculate the required primary balance, fiscal balance to achieve required fiscal balance to achieve that target over a period of time. To the extent, the fiscal rules have been suspended for this fiscal year as a result of that, that legislation and the accompanying order that was approved at that time. And so come the beginning of the new fiscal year, unless the minister has other plans, the fiscal rules will apply again. And what this is seeking to do is to ensure that the recalibration, the adjustment that the law requires to get back on track to achieve that target date is not unduly onerous to the overall economy and the fiscal accounts in a given year or years to come, because the extent of the deviation as notionally credited to the notional account is so substantial that to fix it in 2 years would require very high primary balances and fiscal balances to be run. And in the context of a negative growth of around 10% projected for this year, one doesn't want to have such a constraining fiscal approach as one seeks to get the economy, revive the economy, return to growth, return to healthy revenues, and get ourselves back on track. So I understand the need for this, and the particular mechanism that is being employed, which is essentially to make the thing more lenient, allow 4 years instead of 2 for the adjustment, and allow the annual adjustment to be less draconian, basically 2/3 of what it would otherwise be, from 1.5% to 1%. I can see the sense in that. The minister has given the assurance that the target of achieving the 60% by March 31, 2028 remains intact with these adjustments based on your projections. And that's really the fundamental thing, because the whole purpose of the mandatory fiscal balance and the algorithm is to ensure that you achieve that target by the designated date. So as long as the adjustments are in keeping with that imperative, to my mind, they should be supported. So from that perspective, we would support it. I wanted to just bring a couple of things to your attention, if I may, Minister. In researching this today, or preparing for this debate today, and of course we have a new spokesman on finance, but he has just come on board, and this is obviously extremely technical, and I decided to handle it today because I was fully immersed in the preparation. I was fully immersed in the preparation of this legislation to begin with. So I just wanted to, I felt it appropriate that I speak on this particular bill. The point I wanted to make was in Part 7 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, which is where the fiscal responsibility framework is set out. There are some definitions, and there is a definition of recalibration, Minister. And I think there was an oversight in the amendments made earlier in the year, because we didn't adjust the date specified in the definition of recalibration. And it actually still specifies March 31, 2026 as the deadline or as a target date for achieving the 60% of GDP. So I think that we should amend that now as part of this exercise. Probably either to put the new date in or to make reference to the provision where the date is specified. So in the unlikely event that that's ever adjusted again, you wouldn't have to adjust this definition, because it would be tied to where that date is specified, which is actually it's specified in section 48C1 paragraph C. So this is the bill. This is the Consolidated Laws of Jamaica. It's in the 2014 amendment as well, but that has now been incorporated into the revised laws of Jamaica. So it's a definition of recalibration, which is in section 48A, big A of the Act. The other point I wanted to make on this relates to, in clause 2 of the bill itself, the deletion of section 48CA subsection 2 and the replacement of it with another provision. And when I read that provision, I have a difficulty understanding why it's worded the way it is. It says that at the end of each period referred to in subsection 1F, which is either the 3 years in the event that they move away from the notional account balance is below a certain amount, or 4 years if it's above the 3% threshold. So it says at the end of each period, whichever of those periods apply, there shall be a recalibration, which makes sense. But then it goes on to say, during which compliance with 48C1A and B, which is the provision requiring the fiscal balance to comply with the algorithm to achieve the debt target by 2028, and B, which is the debt target itself, may be suspended. And I don't understand why that is necessary. So I'd like you to explain why we would be suspending the fiscal rule, in essence, when we're doing the recalibration. I can understand the recalibration is an exercise to reestablish what balances are required in order to achieve those targets. That's what the recalibration, as I said, is a defined term, which means the process of periodically resetting the minimum fiscal balance required to achieve the debt sustainability target of no more than 60% of gross domestic product by the end of the financial year, and it says ending on March 31, 2026, which is what should have been fixed, and continuing thereafter. So that's what recalibration is, a process of resetting the minimum target. What I do not understand is why in the recalibration exercise there would be a suspension of 48C1A and B. 48C1A and B are the obligation to attain the desired fiscal balance, and B is to reduce the public debt to 60% of GDP by March 2028. The purpose of recalibration is to achieve the new balances that will enable you to achieve that target. So I don't presently understand or agree with the wording of that particular provision. So I would like you to explain it to me, and hopefully I will be able to agree with it at the end of the explanation. But I think presently I can understand the need for the calibration at the end of the period. I just don't see why we would be suspending both aspects of the critical aspects of the fiscal rules during that process. So, Madam Speaker, we sadly support this legislation. Sadly, because it is indicative of the hole that we are in, and the fact that we are going to take, instead of what was originally contemplated, which would be a 2-year adjustment, we're having to double that period and soften each year because of the actual degree to which we have fallen as a result of COVID. Hopefully, things will actually play out more favorably than we anticipate. You know, where there is a today, I think in the UK, or was it yesterday? Today, they started to administer the vaccine to patients, to people, not in tests and so on. And the Minister of Health indicated that in Jamaica, we might be the plan is to vaccinate, how is it, 16% of the population? Of the population. One would hope we can do more than that in the coming year. So if the vaccination process across the globe gets this pandemic under control, I think the people are going to want to party, man. You know, there's going to be tremendous joy, and I think hopefully that will inure to the rebounding of our service-oriented economy, and as well as the goods sector. So, you know, we are optimistic that things will improve quite quickly from this very low place where we find ourselves now. So, Minister, you have our support for the bill, but I think we should fix the definition of recalibration and fix it now. And I think we should, if you could explain why the new subsection 2 is worded the way it is. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the opposition leader for your thoughtful presentation. One of the things that I just want to reiterate, Madam Speaker, is that we tabled 3 bills last week, and one of them we're not dealing with today, and that's the Independent Fiscal Commission. And I want to reiterate that it's a package, and the bills go together. And the intention is to pass the Independent Fiscal Commission bill as soon as practical, hopefully in January. The message being that the government is not simply coming here and seeking the support for the moderation of the path, but what the government is committing to deepening fiscal transparency in a historic way. Fiscal Commission will require disclosures that don't happen today, and those disclosures will increase accountability of fiscal policy and increase transparency of fiscal policy, which will serve to make Jamaica stronger and make Jamaica better. In calculation of the path and making sure that even these deviations were consistent with 60% by 2028, we'd have consulted with international partners and their own calculations. But it brings to the fore the need for a domestic institution here with whom that kind of dynamic, right? So the Fiscal Commission Act calls for a dynamic process. It's not just on the tabling of the fiscal policy paper or the interim. It's quarterly, it's all the time, it's dedicated, it's focused, and that's what we need here for times like this. With respect to the definition recalibration, I absolutely agree with you. And yes, if we could change the definition here by substituting 2028 for 2026 in the definition of recalibration, that would be an interesting thing to do. So if you change that one, you'd have to change back. Yeah. With respect to, I just want to, the pandemic and the economic crisis around the world that has introduced is regretted and unfortunate, but it demonstrates in clear and certain terms the value of the reforms that we have pursued. And, you know, there's a time in Jamaica where the political debate would be around, you know, things bad or things getting worse and so on. And you'd get the sense that people would almost, you know, there'd be political profit in that. I believe that the potential future of Jamaica is that our political debates will graduate from that. And it's about a better. It's about competing with visions for how things can be better, as opposed to what we have had during the years of meandering with macroeconomic stability. Because one thing that the pandemic demonstrates is that when you have macroeconomic stability and you have a fiscally credible path, the value of that is that the nature of economies is that you're going to have ups and downs. You're going to have times of economic expansion globally, and you're going to have economic shocks. And the value of stability and sustainability and fiscal credibility is that in those times of shocks, you have the policy space to respond. And that is what developed countries have always had. They don't pursue those policies just because they like it or because they're, you know, it's because in the lean times, which do come, and in our reality, our economic cycle is far shorter than developed countries who can have a 10-year, you know, period of just constant growth. Our cycle, the longest we have been is 19 or 20 quarters, the longest. And as we pursue greater and greater stability and institutionalize it further, we hope that instead of being 19 or 20 quarters, next time it might be 25 or 30. Now, with respect to so I would say to you that what we have had here, what we're experiencing here relative to our neighbors in the region, any glance at the variables, the comparative variables, Jamaica compared with Central America, the Caribbean, the Western Hemisphere, Latin America, will show tremendous strength in the context of the crisis, and it's something that we can be proud of. With respect to the point on why is it that the bill says at the end of each period referred to in subsection 1F, there shall be a recalibration during which compliance with 48C1A and B may be suspended in accordance with, I'll remind the opposition leader that these are your words. No, so let me start by saying that look in the existing bill at section 48CA 2. And then after doing this, I'll just go to the fundamental as to why. I mean, I could have gone there first, but I just want to show you that what it says now is that there shall be a recalibration every 3 years or at the end of a period during which compliance. So what it is seeking to do, opposition leader, is that you remember the recalibration adds the amount you have to add. Okay, so the formula in the go ahead.
If I may just clarify what the existing wording is intended to say. In that subsection 2, there's supposed to be a recalibration every 3 years, or at the end of a period during which compliance has been suspended. So that might, for example, have been a shorter period, and at the end of that suspension, you then do a recalibration. In the normal course of things, you do it every 3 years. That's what that was saying, all right? But how it's worded now is suggesting at the end of the period, you then suspend the fiscal rules while you're doing the recalibration, and that's not what was intended. So I do ask that you reconsider that.
So what it's saying is that at the end of because we changed it to 3 years and 4 years for the deviation, it's saying that until you correct. Let me rephrase. So the law has a formula that prescribes that has the fiscal balance that ought to be targeted in any particular year, and it's that fancy formula at the back. When you've had a deviation, when you have an event like we've had this year, you have a notional account in which the deviation is placed, and you add to that balance, right? So we're not going to be allowed to recalibrate until we apply we apply the fiscal balances as we have calculated them now and added the deviations. The reason for the change is because we have two potential scenarios, a 3-year correction or a 4-year correction. We are now in a 4-year correction, and so it basically says at the end of each period referred in 1F, meaning either the 3-year correction or the 4-year correction, there shall be a recalibration. And the suspension doesn't mean there's a suspension of the thing. It just means that, okay, go ahead.
Minister, you have to look back at the original provision. The purpose of the original provision was to say when there should be recalibrations. And it was on a 3-year cycle. Or if there had been a suspension of the fiscal rules under 1A or 1B or 48C, at the end of that, there should be a recalibration. That might be a 1-year period or a 1.5-year period. What has happened is in the redrafting of 2, that has been confused. And so what you're now having is that there are 2 possible periods, a 3-year or a 4-year, at the end of either of which there should be a recalibration. There's nothing to do with the suspension of the fiscal rules there.
No, I agree with you. This section 48CA deals with deviations. It's possible to suspend the fiscal rule and not have a correction that goes over the 1.5%. So this 48CA is not dealing with the suspension part. It's just dealing with the deviation. And in the context of the deviation, it previously said that you recalibrate every 3 years, or
if there's been a suspension, you do it at the end of the suspension.
No, or at the end of a period, yes. Right? And
yes, a period during which compliance is required.
No, there's a comma after period. No, it's during which compliance with the requirements referred to in 48C1A and B may be suspended subject to 48C2. No, you're not recalibrating every 3 years, member. This is in the deviation section. You're normally calculating every year. You're calculating the fiscal balance every year.
There shall be a recalibration every 3 years, or at the end of a period during which compliance with the requirements, FERC in 48C1A and B may be suspended pursuant to 48C2. Those are two alternative situations in which there should be a recalibration. I assure you that that was what was intended. That comma I accept ought not to be there. But that is don't let the comma throw what the intent. The intent was have a recalibration every 3 years just to make sure you're on track. Or if you've done a suspension, at the end of that, you must have a recalibration.
No, but the reason why the recalibration here is in the deviation section. Under ordinary circumstances, you calculate the fiscal balance every year. You calculate every year.
You know, recalibration is a defined term.
No, but no.
It's a process of periodically resetting the minimum fiscal balance, and that was to be done every 3 years. That's what the recalibration was. But if there's been a suspension, at the end of the suspension, you do a recalibration. That's what that was intended to mean. What you have in here doesn't make any sense in that new subsection 2, does it?
No. The fiscal balance is calculated every year. Agreed? Recalibration only arises in the context of the deviation. Yeah. What I mean.
What you have here is that you're going to suspend the fiscal rules when there's a recalibration at the end of the 3 or the 4 years. That's what this new.
No. It's saying what it's saying is that what you have calculated the fiscal balance, and we like to think in primary balance terms. What you've calculated the fiscal balance is to be. Yeah. Yeah, it should be done in committee. It should be done in committee. I agree with you. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, just the final comment is that what we've experienced this year in Jamaica is a show of strength, and we have received a policy dividend from our reforms. And I hope that this emboldens and provides us with the courage to continue to strengthen our framework and to remain disciplined in order for Jamaica, future generations of Jamaicans, to experience the vision of Jamaica that our founding fathers had in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, I'm inviting you to ask the clerk to.
You can talk to your Senate leader that they.
Members, Minister, no, I'm going to ask him. Minister, is there a possibility that we could pass it and then do amendments? No? No amendments? No? Very well.
Madam Speaker, I'm open to pausing, having a technical review, passing it next week, on the understanding that the opposition will cooperate to have the amendment tabled and taken on the same day in the Senate, because we just need to have it. We need to have it passed prior to. The budget has been finalized, and it needs to be passed prior to January. Next week is the last week.
I heard the leader of the opposition say he will do his very best. So we trust his best will be good enough for next week. Yes. So, Minister, I'm inviting you. Minister, I'm inviting you to ask for suspension of the debate.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm proposing a suspension of the debate.
The question before the House is that the debate be suspended until the sitting of the House next week, and the Minister will continue the debate. Thank you. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Yeah, so Madam Speaker, where we are is at the committee stage. So next week we would just, whatever, I would close the debate and ask for second reading. Yeah.
Goes to committee stage after the second reading of the bill.
Fair enough. All right, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the reading of the Act to amend the National Housing Trust Act and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today to commence the debate in this Honourable House on the bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act. This Act, Madam Speaker, seeks to amend the National Housing Trust Act to allow for the continuation of special distributions from the National Housing Trust to central government. Madam Speaker, the Government of Jamaica has relied on a contribution from the NHT of $11.4 billion per year since 2013. This contribution has been important to the government's attainment of its fiscal targets under Jamaica's economic reform program. As a direct consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic, government revenues have declined by $60 billion for the first 7 months of this year to October 2020 and are expected to decline by at least $84 billion, if not more, for fiscal year 2021. An important requirement for a quick economic recovery will be for us to be able to continue and to proceed almost as normal without compromising macroeconomic stability, nor too significantly interrupting the government's investment program nor the services to the people. In other words, if we had to respond by either significantly interrupting the investment program of the government for multiple years or by curtailing services being offered, it would prolong economic recovery. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, now is not the time to stop the contributions from the NHT. Instead, due to the circumstances imposed by a 1 in 100-year negative economic shock, we propose an extension of the NHT contributions across the economic recovery period, that is for another 5 years. Madam Speaker, it's important to point out that in 2014, the first year of the NHT drawdown, the NHT contributed $11.4 billion to central government and invested approximately $21.5 billion in housing expenditure. That is, in 2014, the NHT spent almost twice as much on housing as it contributed to the government. Madam Speaker, that ratio has only grown since then. This year, despite NHT contribution of $11.4 billion to central government, the NHT is spending approximately $50 billion on housing expenditure. So today, the NHT spends nearly 5 times as much on housing expenditure as it does. The NHT spends approximately 5 times as much on housing expenditure as it contributes to the government of Jamaica, and that's up from 2 times when this was first when this drawdown first occurred. So, Madam Speaker, as time goes on, the annual contribution is a smaller and smaller component of NHT's cash flows. That's not to say it doesn't matter, but I want to add that fact. The NHT cash inflows, Madam Speaker, from which it finances expenditure, including housing expenditure, consists of contributions from employers, contributions from employees, interest on mortgages, repayments of mortgage principal, sale of assets, and return on investments. In 2014, the $11.4 billion contribution was 29% of NHT's cash inflows. Upon renewal of the $11.4 billion drawdown, based on the projections available, the $11.4 billion next year will only constitute 11% of NHT's cash inflows. So again, as time goes on, it is less and less significant when you compare it to the amount being spent on housing expenditure and when you compare it to the overall inflows. So, Madam Speaker, even after renewal of the drawdown, the NHT is programmed to spend $58 billion on housing expenditure in the next financial year, 21-22, based on projections, and $65 billion in the following year, 22-23. To put that in context, Madam Speaker, based on the plans in the work next year, even after the drawdown, the NHT housing expenditure is programmed to be 2.6 times what NHT spent on housing in only 2016-2017. And in the following year, 22-23, the NHT is projected to spend on housing expenditure 3 times as much as it spent in 2016-2017, in spite of the drawdown. So what we're saying there is that, yes, of course, you'd be better off to have the $11.4 billion, but I'm showing you the scale, okay, that even with the drawdown, housing expenditure next year will be 2.6 times what housing expenditure was in the first term of the Holness administration. And the following year, it will be 3 times what it was in the first year of the Holness administration, according, with the projections that have been provided. With that volume of expenditure, Madam Speaker, the government will remain focused on solving the market failure and supply side issues in the affordable segment of the market to bring more solutions that Jamaicans can afford to market, and that is ever so important. Madam Speaker, I'll now engage in a clause-by-clause presentation of specific provisions of the bill. The bill, which was tabled before this Honourable House on November 30th, 2020, comprises 3 clauses which make provisions as follows. Clause 1 addresses the preliminary issues of the bill. It sets out the short title, construction and commencements of the Act. And this too is a short bill with only 3 clauses. And the Act is cited as the National Housing Trust Amendment Special Provisions Act 2020. And Madam Speaker, it must be read and construed as one with the National Housing Trust Act and all amendments to that Act. Clause 2 addresses the power of the National Housing Trust to provide special support for fiscal consolidation and seeks to amend Section 4 of the National Housing Trust Act to allow the Trust to provide financing up to a maximum of $11,400,000,000 for fiscal consolidation in respect of each of the financial years ending, respectively, on March 31st, 2022, March 31st, 2023, March 31st, 2024, March 31st, 2025, and March 31st, 2026. This clause also sets out that such financing may be provided by way of distribution, grant, or otherwise, as the minister responsible for finance may determine. Clause 3, which outlines the duration of the Act, provides that the Act shall continue in force until March 31st, 2026, and will then expire. Madam Speaker, as the members of this Honourable House would have observed, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and gives an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. It speaks to the severe impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had and continues to have on the government's finances. It outlines that the economic policy response of the government necessitated budgetary support being allocated to new activities, including the COVID-19 allocation of resources for employees, the CARE program, as well as resources for the Ministry of Health, resources for the Ministry of Education, resources for public bodies who had their own income compromised by the pandemic, a total response of over $45 billion to date. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, Madam Speaker, indicates that it is estimated that discontinuation of the $11.4 billion contribution provided by the National Housing Trust during the present economic climate will result in will impair the government's ability to continue to invest and provide well-needed services. Madam Speaker, the measure which we are seeking to implement by the enactment of this piece of legislation must be viewed within the context of the government's need to continue to invest both in physical and social infrastructure despite the pandemic, and for services of the government to continue despite the pandemic, uninterrupted. And so, Madam Speaker, I ask this Honourable House to give due consideration and support to this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the opposition supports in principle the... You want to stand up? You can stand up. Thank you, Member for West Kingston. The opposition supports in principle the measure being proposed by the government. However, we don't support a 5-year time period. And I'll indicate why we don't support a 5-year time period. We would support a 2-year time period in the first instance, and for the government to come back to the House based on the state of the economy at the time, and we make a determination as to whether we need to continue to draw down these sums. And I say that within the context, and I just read a report today that the business economists in the US project that they may have a full recovery by the end of 2021. And I know there's a lot predicated on the vaccine and the positive impact that the vaccine may have. And our economy is absolutely dependent on what happens globally. So we may, in fact, be in a position where in 2 years' time, the state of our economy has grown to the extent that we don't need to continue to draw down from the NHT in the way that we have. And I say that within the context of, while the minister has said there is no impact on the NHT's ability to deliver housing, we can't agree with that. And we can't agree because all 63 of us, and there are not 63 of us in here right now, but every member of parliament can point to an area in his or her constituency where there is a need for proper and adequate housing. And we can also point beyond that to the fact that there are so many NHT contributors who cannot afford a house right now. So I know the minister has said the challenge is there is a deficit of supply at the lower end of the market. And the reality is that developers are attracted to the higher end because you can make more money doing so.
And he said he ran 2 advertisements.
But the responsibility of us as members in this House is to put in place policy to correct that. We can't have a situation where we feel comfortable with an oversupply of highly priced housing, which excludes the majority of working class, young professionals, and persons who are contributors to the NHT. So the funds which we want to extract, those are funds that we must find a solution for those who are least advantaged, who are contributors, and who can't afford the highly priced housing stock which is dominating the market right now. So I'm saying, Minister, we understand what the pandemic has done and the dilemma the government is in. We are not opposed to it. We're saying go for 2 years, come back to the House, let's assess how the economy performs after the vaccine. Let's see whether our revenues pick up, let's see if tourism rebounds, and let's come back to the House in 18 to 24 months, determine whether we still need to pull down on the funds. But more importantly, let's have a fulsome debate on how we can ensure the NHT funds are used in a way that it benefits all the contributors. Every one of us can find examples. And we have to bear in mind, you have contributors. In the same way people throw a partner, they expect to get a draw. Too many people are not benefiting from the NHT. And then you have another set, and this goes directly to the issue of crime and violence. The poor quality of our housing stock has an impact on the social conditions that people live in and the psyche. And every one of us, particularly those of us who are urban MPs, I can give the example, and I'm going to call the communities, between one community where the majority of people own houses and they started a scheme in the 70s versus another set where the majority of people are squatters. Different psyche, different attitude to community development, and everything else. We have to find a solution for those persons who are not necessarily contributors to the NHT as well. So while I understand when you said, yes, the NHT continues to deliver on its mandate, there's an aspect of that mandate that we are failing a broad cross-section of the Jamaican people, and we need to find a solution for. So as I said, Minister, we support the principle. We believe go for 2 years, come back to the House, let's see where the state of the economy is. If there's a need to extend it, do so, but let's deal with the issue of poor housing stock in our country. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I congratulate the member on his inaugural presentation and thank him for his contribution. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that the opposition supports in principle the drawdown from the NHT, and I hear them on their counter-proposal to limit that drawdown for 2 years. The challenge with the counter-proposal, Madam Speaker, is that it does not cover Jamaica across the economic recovery period and does not provide the fiscal credibility that is required over the medium term for us to be able to sustain the kinds of reviews that we have today. When you look at a country and you want to assess, when the people who assess countries, they don't just look on today, they look across the next 3, 4, or 5 years to see whether or not the expenditure patterns can be maintained. And fiscal credibility requires that we have the contribution over the 5-year period. And the reason for that, let me see if I can illustrate. Madam Speaker, revenues declined by 90 billion, but are expected to decline by at least $84 billion this year. It's likely to be higher. It's already down by 70 billion to October. So, in fact, 84 was what we said back in April, and we was kind of stuck to that number. But the number is going to be larger than that. I've been using at least 84 billion. In real terms, we're not going to build that back in real terms, right? In real terms, for another quite a few years. We essentially have the same expenditure. Next year, we'll have the same expenditure base. We'll have nominal revenues could be what they were in 18-19 or 17-18, but the expenditure base would have been inflated since then and remains largely the same. When the economy contracts by 10%, it's as if you're at 100 and your contract by 10, you go down to 90. We are expecting economic recovery next year, and all the agencies who engage in this kind of projection, whether it's BOJ or PIOJ or the IMF or the CDB or S&P, everyone expects a recovery next year that is conditioned on having a vaccine available and having no, God forbid, any natural disaster or weather-related events. But even if, let's just do a math here, even if you increase by 3% next year, you go from 90 to 92.7. If you increase by another 3%, you go from 92.7 to 95 point something. You increase by 2%, you go from 95 to 97. You increase by 2%, you go from 97 to 99. It's very easy to see that in a good scenario, which is growth over the next 4 years, that is above our long-term average, it will take us at least 4 years to achieve pre-COVID levels of output in real terms. And that is the reason we have chosen this time frame, because we're saying that the support is required until we get back to where we were March 31st, 2020. That is all. Get back to where we were. And in the scenario that is quite favorable, we don't get to that position for another 4 fiscal years. Now, and of course, there'll be risks to that forecast, as I described earlier, the nature of the Jamaican economy and our vulnerabilities and our vulnerability to climate change and natural disaster shock. Even though that is what the mainstream projection is, there could be variation around that. And we don't want to have any slippage in our fiscal position. And that is the reason why we need that time. Other economies that are more mature and don't have the structural impediments that we have are likely to probably get there faster, places like the United States and the UK, and that is why we need to continue to work on the microeconomic reforms to deal with some of those structural impediments. But we are likely to do well. But even so, because the decline is so severe in this year, going from 100 to 90, if we get 2 and 3% over the next 4 years, which would be very, very favorable, you're going to go slowly from 90 back to 92.7, from 92.7 to 95, from 95 to 97, from 97 to 99 approximately. And so you take 4 years to get across. And that is why we need the support over that horizon. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, the 11 billion will represent a smaller and smaller and smaller proportion of the NHT's housing expenditure. And that's not sort of total comfort, because every mickle make a muckle, and so if you had the 11, you could do that much more. However, it needs to be noted that housing expenditure for the next financial year is projected to be $58 billion, and the annual contribution, that's after the contribution of 11. And by the time we get to the end of the 5 years, if we have this kind of 3.2 kind of growth, we're expecting housing expenditure to be upwards of $70 or $80 billion, even after the $11 billion. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, can you, based upon the narrative that you are explaining, could you then give us, it shouldn't be any difficulty for you to give us the assurance, therefore, that the projects that are currently in train at the NHT and with this drawdown, that we should see no adverse impact on those programs and projects?
I know your question or your suggestion is with the best of intentions, but it's probably too broad an assurance, and let me tell you why. The NHT needs to focus on affordable housing. When we did an NHT review back in 2017, one of the recommendations was, in order to focus on affordable housing, the NHG is going to have what you call a guaranteed purchase program. Now, I do believe that in the past there have been some elements of a guaranteed purchase program, but this time was with attention and focus or greater volume. And the guaranteed purchase program says to developers, you develop and we will take away your market risk. We will purchase the thing from you, okay? There was a shorter supply of affordable homes, so the NHT went and applied a guaranteed purchase program to $12 and $14 million houses, which is not the intention. The guaranteed purchase program is for $6 and $8 million houses. So we may have that kind of rotation, okay? So, and that, in other words, we might have rotation to ensure that affordable housing is not compromised. That is, if your assurance were more in that line. So affordable housing is where the focus of the NHT needs to be. The problem, however, has been supply of viable projects. Yeah. So I would say, Madam Speaker, I too look forward to a fulsome debate with respect to NHT. The Minister of the NHT is the Prime Minister. There was a NHT review that was tabled in the House back in 2017, 2018, and it's still relevant. Many of the issues that we speak about in this particular debate arise in that review, and recommendations are made. Madam Speaker, the quality of life that we enjoy depends on, even though the $11 billion is a small part of the overall budget, it's only 2%, the degree of rigidity that we have in our fiscal accounts, which is due to the fact that two items alone, compensation and interest alone, and pensions, account for nearly 70% of the budget. Okay, so we, at a time when that 70% cost has not budged 1 inch, and your revenues have fallen from 100 to 84, I'll use the phrase again, every mickle make a muckle, and to preserve the ability to pursue the government's policy priorities in physical infrastructure and social support, we need to renew the contributions of the NHT over the economic recovery period, which is over 5 years. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing the debate, or thank members in advance for their support, and I ask that the bill be read a second time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act, read a second time.
Members, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Okay. Members, I put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 3. Those in...
Sorry, ma'am. On clause 2, which is the main substantive clause here. Minister, you're saying that you need this to be a 5-year legislated commitment, that funds up to $11.4 billion will be taken out of the NHT for 5 successive years. And we should create that possibility now, even though we really don't know. Just as you said, your primary surplus projections for the next 4 years, I shouldn't take the third and fourth year too seriously, because we really don't know. And you're saying that we have to commit to this now because international watchers of Jamaica will be concerned if we don't, when they know fully well that the government is in a position to legislate again if it needs to, but that if circumstances play out that we don't need to take this money out of the NHT, we can leave it at where it is rather than provide for this now. I must say I'm not personally convinced by that explanation. These are funds. The taking of the money out of the NHT was always controversial. It was it was done at the time back in 2013 when our backs were to the wall, where we had to run a 7.5% primary surplus for the foreseeable future, well, for the full duration of the program. That was what was anticipated. We're not in a program now. We have a fiscal rule, and if we need to take these resources out of the NHT beyond 2 years, the government will come and make that case, and it has the ability to do it. But to assume it from now, given that really these are funds that have been contributed to the NHT for specific purposes, and not really for budgetary support for the government, and it has been used for 8 years already, I think, for that purpose, and I can accept 2 more years is necessary because of where we are. But the idea of committing now to 5 years, I find that difficult to accept. And I just wanted to register my opposition to that commitment. I don't propose to divide over it because this is a matter of important fiscal policy. And I think, unlike what happened in 2013 when persons wanted to litigate and test the constitutionality of what was required at that time, this very same legislation now, we don't play those games. We see the future of the country too important to play games with it. But I want to register my opposition to a 5-year commitment of taking up to $11.4 billion out of the NHT. I don't think it's necessary to make that commitment now, and I therefore object to the way we're proceeding, but I'm not proposing to divide over it, because matters of fiscal importance like this, I think we ought to try to avoid that type of confrontation.
Thank you, member. Your objection is noted.
May I just make a comment?
Minister, if you don't have to, I don't think it is necessary.
Okay.
Please. So the question is, we were at clause 2. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, and we have noted your objection. Clause 3, I put clause 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
I do report to the House the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? Madam Clerk, the Minister has already asked for the bill to be read a third time. So those in favor of the reading of the bill for a third time? Those in favor, aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the item questions and answers to questions be recommitted.
Those in favor? She said. Those in favor? Those in favor?
Those in favor of the recommittal? Aye. Those against? The ayes have
Madam
it.
Speaker, time being 8:26, which is beyond 3:15, and the time stipulated by the standing order to receive and answer questions, I now move that the House be allowed to receive questions at this time.
Those in favor? Those against?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I submit that at the end of 21 days, that the Minister of Education should answer the following questions. Would the Minister state whether a report or assessment of the face-to-face reopening... Did you have a chance to read it? Well, answer the question standing in my name.
Madam Speaker, there is no further business for today. But before we adjourn, I want to just remind members of Parliament that training for parliamentarians continue tomorrow. Cohort 1 is at 9 a.m. and Cohort 2 at 1 p.m. And these two sessions will be the final workshop sessions for this year. I also want to remind parliamentarians that there'll be a special luncheon, Christmas luncheon for parliamentarians. Special menu is being provided for you. Not today, this is now night. But next week when we meet, and it will be at a significantly discounted price. But it's a special menu that is being prepared for you. So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the House to be adjourned to meet next week, December 15, at 2 p.m.
The question is that the House be adjourned until next week, Tuesday, the 15th of December, 2020. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House is now adjourned.
My job is to ensure that every man, woman, and child maintain good health at all times.
Our primary function is to ensure that government services are delivered effectively and efficiently.
We are building forward
together.